Labyrinth.
Exhibitions.
Wystawy.
Ausstellungen.
Performance.
Lectures and meetings.
Wykłady.
Vorträge und Treffen. In virtual and in real space.
W przestrzeni wirtualnej i realnej.
Im virtuellen Raum und im realen Raum. Artists from all over the world.
Międzynarodowe grono artystów.
Künstler aus aller Welt.
Bardzo serdecznie witamy na 10. edycji Festiwalu Labirynt. Festiwal, szanowni państwo, to inicjatywa polsko-niemiecka. To już wielokrotnie zapisany na kartach naszej historii, wprawdzie tej krótkiej, bo 10-letniej, ale jednak historii, festiwal, który porusza, który urzeka, który ma inspirować. Szanowni państwo, ta 10. edycja tego polsko-niemieckiego festiwalu przypada na dość wyjątkowy czas. Na dość specyficzny czas, w którym wszyscy się znaleźliśmy. Czas, który jest z jednej strony ogromnym wyzwaniem i dlatego
any other moments like in the previous years. So the festival takes place online as well as in real life, but also there are certain restrictions that we need to adhere to. So to facilitate the functioning of the festival, we've enabled 2 additional rooms in which you will be able to watch the transmission of the festival studio. At the very start, I would like to thank all the artists that granted us their works, that participate in the festival with us here on the Polish-German border, but I would like to thank also those who are connecting with us online. So, as organizers, we know how great effort, courage and responsibility is demanded by organizers of the festival in this very special time. So, I would like to thank all of you for coming here, but I would also ask you for adhering to all the limits, all the restrictions, the social distance, covering your mouth and nose, and so on. So, not to prolong this technical introduction, let me introduce to the stage those without whom the festival would not have taken place. People who are extremely sensitive to art, those who are curators of the festival. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome with a round of applause Miss Anna Panenkusz, Mr. Jerzy Olek, and our colleague from the other side of the border, Mr. Michel Kurzweli. So, take your seats comfortably. To all those that are located here in the room and those who are watching us online, I would like to wish you, on my behalf, on behalf of the Słubice Cultural Center, to have as great experience as possible. Allow yourself to have a bit of artistic freedom. Take a look at every nook and cranny in which our festival takes place this year. So all the best and thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. And we're very happy that you're here with us. And again, we would like those who joined us here in the Słubice Cultural Center and those who are joining us online to, well, get to the point. This year's festival is entitled Moment. This year's festival's edition is entitled Moment, and the moment when the festival opens, when the festival comes down into history, is very important. But of course there are many more such moments in the perspective of the world, the country, and the individual. So when in March we debated on the slogan of this year's festival, not knowing that these pandemics will still last up until October, then we came up with the with this word, with the single word, moment, so that everyone can talk about or think about a moment in their life. What kind of moments are important for you in the individual or global scale? And I think throughout the time when the festival was being created, when our artists came up with their works, during the times of pandemic, some of the artists adjusting to the situation, feeling the situation intrinsically, the fact that it's difficult to create, that cultural events are cancelled or moved to online, and many artists decided to comment on today's reality, on relations that are formed in contemporary world, on the rules that we need to adhere to well, survive in this most literal meaning of the word. So we've put a lot of work and effort so that this moment may take place, for us to meet, to make the exhibitions real. We've spent a long time thinking with Michel to organize the festival in order to be safe and for all the odd members of the audience to be safe as well. We really want you to be healthy, and we want you to leave the festival healthy. You can tour the exhibitions throughout all the 3 days. Unfortunately, after the decision on closing the borders, it has changed. As Poles, we can only today visit the German side and vice versa. But I think that it's worth doing it. It's worth taking the time and seeing that these exhibitions. I'm brimming with respect to the artists that worked with us throughout this difficult time, sent us their works in pandemics. I'm really inviting you to enjoy the festival despite all these circumstances. So I would like all the other to also speak out. So I would first like to ask Michel and then Jerzy to speak. Jerzy, who is the founder of the festival, who has 21 years, who is 21 years old.
Mir nichts aufgeschrieben.
I was thinking what to tell you, and as you know, I'm speaking to you in this very special time. I'm happy that I thought that we will get at least these 3 days to organize the festival, but after Poland, at the beginning of the pandemics, Poland declared Germany to be dangerous. Right now, the situation is reversed, unfortunately. So we are, suffering from this border thinking, border limits that we still have in our minds, probably, but also in our reality. But hopefully, we will be open to new forms in art that will help us to be, help art to be admired and seen. But hopefully, maybe through this, this is not going to be an obstacle, but also an opportunity for us. There are 14 locations, both in Frankfurt and Słubice, in which you can view the art presented within the festival. You can't do it throughout the 3 days, but as with every year, we will have lectures and presentations because well, we wanted the festival to remain the festival with meetings. Unfortunately, we won't have a walk from one exhibition to the other as in the previous years, but you will be able to visit these sites individually. Maybe it will increase the attendance. Who knows? Maybe thanks to this format, we will, you know, be able to connect to a broader audience, broader spectrum. However, we will be meeting, for example, with the Artists Association in Mannheim, in Düsseldorf. Additionally, we will have some new options, new parts, new elements of our festival that will definitely enrich it. So, you know, we're interested in, you know, seeing the results. Whether we will succeed, we will decide that it was a success, or maybe not. Maybe there will be some room for improvement. So we'll see how it will look like. I think I'm convinced that we've done a lot. That we had to adjust to a lot of different changing circumstances. Let me just hold up this piece of paper with a sheet of a piece of paper that we had to hand out to all the artists so that they are, you know, exempt from the quarantine. So, moving over to Jerzy. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to refer to the slogan of today's edition that was suggested by Anya, and for me it's excellent, but it's also very difficult. It's a term that's full of meanings. Moment implies time. So I was wondering how artists would refer to visually to this moment, to time. How will they show the passage of time? Another term is the subjectivity. If we talk about subjectivity, the Nobel Commission has renewed the, has abolished the granting the Nobel Prize to Albert Einstein about his theory of relativity, because they said that it was not worth the contribution. I used to lead photo workshops, trying not to give classical themes, but I asked photographers to, for example, take a picture of silence or emptiness, and I think that moment is one of these slogans, one of these definitions. I was wondering how to use image to show moment, so you will see how different was the approach of the artists for moment. And, well, time is both corpuscular and it's linear, and so it depends what kind of theory you will use, Newton's theory, Leibniz theory, or Einstein's theory. Then other versions, concepts on time appeared in science. There is a professor from the UK who says that time is an illusion, that we live in an illusionary life, relative life. Time is only a mathematical concept, not a physical concept. So, what can we do with time? How can we, operate with time? I don't have to tell you about Stephen Hawking, probably a great scientist that spent most of his life on a wheelchair. So he decided to create a banquet in Cambridge for distinguished physicians, mathematicians in the walls of the university. Great interiors, great meals, waiters, and so on. And then he sent the invitations only to those he wanted to invite. He was very happy because nobody showed up. because he initially sent an invitation with the dates, that was past due the time. So when they met next time on some meeting, he told them, "You see, it's not possible to travel in time. It's an illusion. Because if it was possible, then you would come to the banquet."
Ladies and gentlemen, on the festival Labyrinth, we have a lot of exhibitions, about 40 different events and exhibitions and lectures and performances, which you will be able to see online and in real life. In our cultural center in Słubice, you can walk around. Today there are special arrows you can follow, and you can visit exhibitions in reality. But we are here also with artists who are creators of such exhibitions, to get to know them better, to talk to them. Sometimes such discussions will be online, so we will be connecting with them online. Some artists are here with us in Słubice. Okay, can we start? Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to add that it was really difficult to work on this festival in such conditions because we were torn. We had very difficult moments to overcome because we didn't know if we should organize the festival or not. And both our supervisors know about it, municipalities know about it. We consulted with them. We consulted everything with artists who showed great determination and willingness to participate in Słubice. And I would like to ask Mr. Mariusz Olejniczak, Mayor of Słubice, who is for me and for us a person who believed in us, who believed in this event, and who supported us. And we could always rely on him, we could consult him. And he has been with us for many, many years. First as a president of Municipal Council and now the mayor of Słubice. And one of the, Ms. Agnieszka Pakulska, housewoman. I would like to welcome everyone, ladies and gentlemen, curators, Ania, Michelle, Mr. Professor, and ladies and gentlemen gathered here. I would like to welcome everyone on my behalf and on behalf of the municipality. I would like to welcome you on the behalf of Grzegorz Oleszczyński, the president of the municipality. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here due to his personal matters. He had to stay home, so he cannot be here. But instead of him, we have Miss Councilwoman, who was also taking part in this Słubice-Frankfurt Commission, Ms. Pakulska. She's with us on stage, which shows that for us it was very important the festival is very important for us because Słubice and Frankfurt for the 11th time are hosts. We are hosts for the 11th time of the festival. I'm personally proud of it. Last year, as you remember, ladies and gentlemen, we had the Jubilee. We had in Słubice and Frankfurt because we had 10 years celebration. Today, it's the 11th time we are meeting on Labyrinth Festival. At the moment, beautiful slogan of this year's festival, this year's edition, can be interpreted in many different ways. I would like to tell you that actually I was beautifully presented by Miss Ania. We've been cooperating for many, many years. Before I was just the councilman, and then I was the president of the municipality. And this year I can stand in front of you as the mayor of the beautiful city, Słubice, and talk to you. So we've been cooperating for many, many years, and my support was always, and I can tell you that the support was always there and will always be there for you. What is also important is that Słubice, as you all well know, it's a small city, but the city of big possibilities. Słubice is the host of such a big event as Labyrinth Festival, but Słubice is also well known in Europe as the smallest academic city thanks to Collegium Polonicum, but we can boldly say, Mr. Professor, that we are also at least known in the half of the world for our festival Labyrinth, because the festival this year takes place in weird circumstances, extraordinary circumstances. Maybe you can sit down. I think you represent also the city of Frankfurt. Well, of course, yes, this is true, Michelle. Thank you for this reminder. I would like also to welcome you on behalf of my colleague, Mayor of Frankfurt, René Wilke. City of Frankfurt and Słubice, we've been creating this double city for over 30 years, and we have had great cooperation. We are just the example of great cooperation between such cities, between two cities. We are proud of it, of our cooperation. But let's get back to our event. As I mentioned before, I believe that the event will take place. This is true, this is fact, but what was surprising is what we have to tackle again, because we were sitting with Anya a couple of weeks ago, we were talking about Labyrinth, and we didn't even think that we would have to meet during festival. It's another time we are doing this. We didn't expect such restrictions due to coronavirus, and that's why I would like to tell you that you are just masters, that you did it, because today we have the opening of the festival, and this festival will last for the next 3 years in a bit different way, in a bit different dimension than usual. It will be both in virtual and real worlds. So for that, I would like to help you. Thank you, because my belief is secondary, but your belief and your hard work and your heart and your passion, this is essential. And thanks to that, we can be here, and for the next 3 days, we can enjoy art with capital A in it. So thank you for that. And I would like now to give our wonderful curator a bouquet of flowers as a thank you for your work. And also with the councilwoman, we have the newest album of our double city, dual city, that is fresh. You can even smell the printing here, because it was just printed several days ago. And you can find here on one of the photographs Mr. Professor Olek. The photos were taken mostly by Ms. Ania Kusz, but also by a participant of Labyrinth Festival, and also students of the Academy of Photography. So the album I have here, I will say like that, not everyone will have it, because this is just a limited edition. So I will give one book, one album to Mr. Professor, and one to Mr. Michel, and the third one to Anya. Thank you very much. But I would like to appeal also to you, be careful that the following that next 3 days will bring us a lot of happiness, a lot of satisfaction. But remember, we need to be careful, we need to keep distance, and we need to be safe. I would like to also refer to Ms. Anya, who said that the border will be closed. Maybe, ladies and gentlemen, border won't be closed. We know that the special restrictions will be implemented, and everyone who will be willing to travel both sides will need to be quarantined, but borders won't be closed. Just for your information and for our audience online, I would like to tell you that today, together with the mayor of Frankfurt, we wrote a special letter to Mr. Wojtke to look in a pleasant way for our dual city, so that the situation associated with coronavirus wouldn't touch dual city, because our cooperation is great. So maybe he will look at this letter in a way that will help us, and we won't have any problems with our cooperation between Słubice and Frankfurt. So again, I wish all the participants of the festival a lot of satisfaction, a lot of joy, and wonderful experience after watching. You mentioned 14 exhibitions? Yeah, 14 exhibitions. So thank you again for this introduction. I welcome you in this dual city, and I hope you will have pleasant memories taken from here. So again, Professor Jerzy Olek. Ladies and gentlemen, I said about relativity, but you mentioned something concrete, that Słubice and Frankfurt are not a dual city. Well, it's relative. Are we dual city or not? I don't want to idealize and market anything, but I remind what Różewicz used to say when one of the critics visited him, not knowing the size of Różewicz. And he said to him, "You are huge, you are great." And Różewicz responded, "I'm just short." So, thank you, Mr. Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to the festival that is taking place in Frankfurt and in Słubice, and whose co-organizers are Słubice Cultural Center and Słupfurt Association. So it's organized both by people from Frankfurt and Słubice, and we are here in Słupfurt. At the moment, I would like to thank our partners who, well, are not visible here, but a lot of different associations, different galleries, different places that opened us their spaces, the places where we could exhibit our art. Of course, all people that help us financially to organize festival. On the German side, I would name Euroregion, Pro Europa Wiedrina, and City of Frankfurt. And from the Polish side, maybe you can present our sponsors. Słubice Municipality. We would like to thank municipality, but different companies, Stomadent, Axiomas, Eurocop, Zoo. So I think this is it in terms of sponsorship of the companies. And of course, I think that what is also important are artists that came here, and also the team that supported us. We had a problem that a lot of our workers got sick at last moment. Not everyone got coronavirus, fortunately, but it was difficult. But still, a lot of people were engaged Patrick Huber, Jan Copenhagen, to name the few, who are also artists, but they've been working with us since Monday, but still many other people we would have to name now. I wouldn't like to omit anyone, but, well, that everyone feel recognized and acknowledged, all the people that were here and helping us. So cooperation between Słubice and Frankfurt is really present. We all cooperate closely. We have a lot of co-workers, assistants, and I would like to thank my group, photography group. So our individual group of people who were helping us, who were supporting me, who were helping to set all the arts. But we are here in Słubice Culture Center, and this is the base. Everything happened here. We have here people, workers who were supervising everything and everyone. I think now everyone is now busy working, and thanks to them this event can take place. So as an employee of Słubice Culture Center, I would like to thank them. I would like to thank management of Słubice Cultural Center that also support our festival, and thanks to them we have great event here. I would like to add that HTS TV also supports us. They gave us great prizes, so thank you for that. And interpreters who are here, and they're interpreting for us, and for their engagement for little money. Less typical than in this world of interpreters. So at the end of each catalog, you will have sponsors and partners named. Sometimes it's equal in terms of their sponsorship and their support, because it can be dual help for us. They function here on this banner. I mean, they're visible, so I would like to ask you now to give them a round of applause, and that they would support us next year's.
Thank you for that. We encourage everyone who wants to support arts, who's not doing it yet, to join us next years, during the next editions. Ladies and gentlemen, there are, well, a lot of benefits for this year's edition, but there's one negative side, disadvantage: empty seats here in front of me. We know about the situation, we know about the current conditions, but let's remember that everything is being done, everything that we thank, everyone that we thank, we do it all for you, for the audience. Empty seats, we would probably not deal with not be able to deal with that if not for online. So once I had a colleague at the university, and he explained his students that Mona Lisa in an empty Louvre is just a collection of paint and boards. So we need to have the audience so that art becomes a work, a masterpiece. Without recipients, without audience, we don't have that possibility. I would like to see, the place filled with people, but fortunately, we have double that number online. I think we can, slowly approaching to 4 o'clock, and 4 o'clock starts the talks about the exhibitions panel. Especially important to keep the time regime to this year, because we have some of the artists will be connecting with us online. So maybe there is a lot of ideas, there is a lot of thoughts that we have about this year's edition. The end of the festival is usually the beginning of the next one. We said that we came up with the slogan moment, and we've invited artists who then invited other artists, and we know that this time of preparation is takes place all year, throughout all the year. So it's interesting to look at the process of creating this festival, for sure. And well, I perceive the festival as being born in times of the martial law in Poland, when artists could not exhibit publicly. They used their studios, houses as galleries. So in a lot of places that were hidden, and the tradition, I'm not sure if Jerzy perceived that the same way, but this tradition was kept here. Artists exhibit their works during the festival, in private or intimate spaces. Of course, keeping the contact between the audience and the artist. It's not a commercial festival. We are fueled by effort, by passion, and people just bring their works here. They assemble their works on their own, or with the help of those few who we have here. So there's not a great sponsorship like in Biennale in Venice or other great festivals. But I think this is not a disadvantage. This is the moment we should think about that. We should think about that when not being able to meet in person. And I think we are under threat of, disappearing due to the pandemics. And I think, for me, it was even more important for me to do the festival, to make the festival this year, to find a form that would fit this unique situation and then special circumstances. And hopefully we will treat it as we will all treat it as a opportunity, not only a challenge. And we will be able to carve from this stone that was thrown in front of us. We will be able to carve something new, something interesting. Hopefully we managed to do it. You will be the ones to judge that. Speaking about money, there's one more thing. Money, of course, is not created by art, but it also is not a problem for artists. I know how much effort did it take to find the funding, and of course, the situation is a lot better. I mean, the comfort is better when we do have money. It doesn't seem rational, but I participated in a great exhibition in Karlsruhe Center, the Center for New Technologies in Art, and there were 200 artists there. A very prestigious one, very prestigious exhibition, and the exhibition cost €1 million. We invited almost as many artists as they did, but we didn't have €1 million. So, as Michel said, we had a strange situation this year, organizing this year's edition. But on the other hand, it sparked a lot of creativity. I think we would like to remain online and be available all over the world, and I think we will keep it even in further editions if the pandemics will disappear. And I think this gave us the idea, this gave us the possibility of reaching broader audience with our activities. We talked that this is a small city, even though it's a twin city, it's small relatively, but we do great things, and I think it's great to promote it. It's great to talk about it on a broader scale, and then we will have more audience, bigger audience, and more artists visiting us with next editions. That's my idea. So, Jerzy Olek was my professor on the Academy of Arts and Design in Poznań. This is how we met. I was his student. Then the festival with the same name, Labyrinth, took place in the Polish and Czech Republic border. Then he first invited me with an exhibition, with a lecture. I visited it for the first time and then fell in love with it. He probably loved what I did then, because he invited me to the next edition with the next exhibition, and already then, feeling this atmosphere, I took with myself a bus full of people with from Słubice and Frankfurt that were already dealing with art, with photos, and we went there then to the next edition of the festival. And this festival, being there, he was in my heart along with Jerzy Olek. We've co-created it. We co-created it, and then once we got the opportunity of kidnapping the festival to the Polish-German border, I used it, and I did that. So, how did we come up with the name Labyrinth? The first edition of the festival took place in the Prussian stronghold that was built in Kłodzko by Prussians fearing the army of the Napoleon. And it was never conquered, it was never captured because the French thought that it's not worth occupying it. They just walked around it. So everyone was afraid that the audience will get lost as in labyrinth, so there would be no indications where to go, how to find things. Everything happened in an interesting way. Unfortunately, a lot of works were destroyed because the conditions, because of humidity, a lot of works were destroyed. So there was no possibility of continuing the festival in the stronghold. So it took place only once there. So once we finished 10 editions, the authorities decided that it's not a good place to host culture, so they wanted to change it into a historical center. So historical-based competitions started there, and the artistic director was fired then, and then three places applied to me. First, a city from the Czech Republic, then a director in the paper museum in Duszki Zdrój. If you haven't been there, a very interesting place. And Racławice Panorama in Wrocław is viewed the most eagerly as the most attractive venue in Lower Silesia, of course, but then the second is the Paper Museum in Duszniki. And then, but I then thought that this museum falls under the authority of the Ministry of Industry, not the Ministry of Culture. So I decided maybe that's not a good idea. So, and then the third person was Ania, and I thought to myself that as a director back in Kłodzko, I thought that I have tens of people at my disposal. Right now, Ania is the only one, and then she has only her volunteers. So I was, critical about it because I thought that she won't do it. But I'm impressed because she managed to do it, and she managed to do it even better than before. So my congratulations. I was a student of Professor Olek, a person without a lot of experience, but I have had experience in leading the Okno Gallery on behalf of the Słubice Cultural Center. Maybe I didn't have loads of people under me, but I had a great support from the city and by the former director and all the employees. So I had a group of people experienced. And then when we got the festival in Słubice and Frankfurt, I thought to myself that it would be good to find a person equally passionate about art and as me, and this is how I found Michel Kurzweili, who grows his roots into the festival, engaging great artists and co-creating this great event with me. I hope you agree with all my words. So there are three people who co-organize the festival, and each of us, has had a lot of achievements in terms of organizing the festival. Michel also gets us great artists subsidies for the festival. He also works nights. We still send each other emails at 1 or 2 a.m. So we are kept late up until the night. So a bit of history to introduce you to the festival. And point number one of our exhibition presentation, is the main exhibition in Okno Gallery that is curated by Jerzy Olek. It's entitled The Measure of Simplicity, and before I give the floor to the professor, I would like the technical team to start to show us some pictures. Those who are with us here can just walk 2 floors up and see the exhibition, but those who are watching us online will just have a taste of it.
Kiedyś zastanawiałem się nad sobą, bo też nieraz mnie pytają, kim jestem. Pomyślałem, że na szczęście nie kimś jednym. Bywałem na przemian bądź równolegle krytykiem i galerzystą, dydaktykiem i artystą, animatorem i kuratorem, autorem programów i twórcą idei. Wszystkim potroszę i nikim w jednej odsłonie. Uważam jednak, że tego typu spełnianie daje oddech i stwarza dystans także do siebie. Upraszczając, należałoby stwierdzić, że z upodobania jestem minimalistą, choć czasem jedna myśl jest wielokrotnie przeze mnie podejmowana. Obrasta w rozmaite interpretacje i realizacje. Stąd kolejna propozycja z tego obszaru, tym razem pod nazwą Miara prostoty dla głównej wystawy labiryntu w Słubickim Oknie. Zaprosiłem do niej 25 twórców, dobrze mi znanych i bliskich. Sugestii stylistycznych nie miałem dla nich żadnych. Z wieloma współpracuję od lat. Nic dziwnego, że byłem ciekaw, jak tym razem się ujawni w swojej intymnej postaci każda z zaproszonych osób. Ważne dla mnie jako kuratora jest to, że są ciągle inni, choć stale tacy sami. Dzięki temu są rozpoznawalni. Trudno wyliczać wszystkich autorów wystawy Miara prostoty, choć każdemu należy się osobny komentarz do tego, co ostatnio wykreował. Z drugiej strony, czy jakikolwiek komentarz jest potrzebny w wypadku tych, którzy czytelnie się określają? Jeśli chodzi o wystawę, ważniejszy jest obraz, który mówi innym językiem niż tekst, otwierając szerokie pole interpretacji. Na wystawę Miara prostoty przygotowałem rysunki, dla których formalną bazą jest kształt trójkąta. Zrobiłem ich ponad 100, w Galerii Okno pokazują 16. Dlaczego trójkąt? Podaje nieograniczone możliwości rozwinięcia i interpretacji. Poza tym może wystąpić w postaci niemożliwej, jak wówczas, gdy sugeruje, że jego wszystkie 3 kąty są proste, co daje razem 270 stopni. Do tego dochodzą multiplikacje oraz lokowanie go w najprzeróżniejszych kontekstach. Nadaje się zatem do pełnienia roli znaku ułatwiającego rozumienie zmiennych rozwiązań jako pojemnego symbolu. Wybrałem trójkąt jako zapis wielorakich, nieprostych relacji zachodzących pomiędzy trójką, czwórką głównych kuratorów labiryntu, a nie są one ani proste, ani stabilne. Raz lokuję na wierzchołkach Panę Kusz, Bogusława Michnika i siebie, innym razem moje miejsce zajmuje Michał Kurzweili. Patrząc na całość działań w ciągu ponad 20 lat organizowania festiwalu, można rzec, że z trójkąta robił się czasem czworokąt, co symbolicznie wyraża ubogacanie prostych trójkątów wieloma rysunkowymi odniesieniami.
Drodzy Państwo, dzięki współpracy z telewizją HTS
television, we can now walk around such exhibitions between the virtual world and real worlds. Mr. Professor, please comment on that, the measure of simplicity. Tell us about artists, tell us about works, and about how you looked at this exhibition. So a commentary and a guidance through the exhibition. Ladies and gentlemen, the attribute of this exhibitions, although some people may think that this is the disadvantage of such exhibitions, that usually people who say that think that the richer it is, the better. What was my key? Well, the topic, the theme is quite risky. The measure of simplicity. What is a simplicity? We can quickly move from simplicity to being simply simplified. It's not the, it's not that you just draw one line and the thing is interesting because it's simple. I tried to invite concrete people. I will talk about them in a second, how they approach such a problem of simplicity. There are artists who just can create a strongly emotional work of art. They just can have one wire and a stone. A Japanese person living in Poland, he came to Poland and he stayed here. Hoji Kamoji, he's an older man associated with Vauxhall Gallery, and he creates something out of nothing. He uses two elements to create an atmosphere, a wonderful phenomenon. But I think that all the artists invited here have their own point of view to the simplicity slogan, and they have all their secrets and their symbols that are not readable at once. I would like to name the people that I invited and all the people that are my friends. I've been cooperating with them for many years, just a group of friends, most of all. We wanted to feel safe and secure due to the coronavirus, so I invited people, my friends, but also I invited one person, is Joanna Michałowska. I don't know if this is an argument, but she was my student, and I was satisfied because our exhibition took place in 1998 in the Museum of Architecture in Wrocław. There was a special catalog published for this exhibition, some introductions written by, for example, the director of the Museum of Architecture and very famous critic from Germany, and Marianna Michałowska. These texts written in 1998 were had French philosophy in it, not very popular then, but this text is still great, is still well read. Marianna Michałowska has a gift. She's now a professor, but even if we had categories like reflections or impressions about photography, if there was a category for the Nobel Prize, she would probably win because she is a theoretician, he writes, he's also a practitioner, so it's great to have her on an exhibition. Thank you, Marianna, that you agreed. The second person And the last person I want to mention, Mr. Zdzisław Sowiński. Zdzisław Sowiński used to have had in Łódź special exhibition. He was a creative person, and I was leading a gallery. And please believe me, I sent a lot of invitations as a curator. But one, I think, of my best exhibitions was from the 70s by Sowiński, the exhibition dedicated to Strzemiński, very original approach to the topic, interesting work of arts, very unconventional exhibition that was very impressive. When we had the special meeting of the editorial board in the magazine I worked, one of the persons said, "We know you have to make a cover out of this exhibition and write about it in the magazine." I'm really happy that our colleagues came here, but Zdzisław Sowiński lives in Częstochowa, and he came here from Częstochowa. I had a chance to talk to him, and I saw him for the first time since 50 years. So these are the arguments, and I was thinking that we will create some kind of a groups supporting each other, supporting artists that know each other, that will have contact with each other in the future. I'm not going to analyze the works because they are very difficult and very personal, and talking about interpretation actually makes the work of art smaller and less important. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the exhibition can be seen on the second floor of Okno Art Gallery, but the exhibition on which you can see both photographs and films arranged in a proper way in this area, site-specific. All the artists create, they do not have individual exhibitions, but they present some part of their creativity in the group work by answering to the slogan, the measure of simplicity. And I know that Mr. Professor talked about this exhibition, but still we have some time. I would like to ask Professor, because in many works, when we talked about before, there is a line, right? Both in your works, in Tim Kallen works, in Marcin Giżycki work, well, they composed well in the exhibition, but you, Mr. Professor, you also wrote a lot about line, and you know a lot about it. Can you comment on that? Ladies and gentlemen, many people, many artists like to do things that are useless but are joyous for us. One of the last book is to see individuals, so a line without lines. So what is a line? I wrote a book that has no chapters. It's quite broad, it's quite thick. It's a monolith of a text that I move from one theme to the other. Everything is about line. And the book has philosophical, mathematical, astrophilosophical references. If I want to convince someone to be interested in the book, I tell them text is just the text, but then there are many illustrations and a lot of works by artists who took lines into their works. Wacław Szpakowski. Moreover, I also refer to 100 people to write, that they could write for me. What does it mean, a line? Composers, mathematicians, astronomers, Różewicz, for example, Jan Miodek, and so on and so forth. So each definition of a line is a different one. Nothing repeats. So line is interpreted in many different ways. So look at the capacity of this concept of, but this is a simple form. I gathered 100 of such comments. I also invented many different situations. I imagined, for example, that each person in the history of humanity on the globe left a line of his and her life. When someone lived for a short time, the line is short. But when someone traveled the world around, we can see this line, we can imagine the line. For example, when someone traveled into the space, the line is also different. And so different lines of life focused on one small plane. Sometimes people spend their whole lives in the village. The other peoples were traveling around the world. For example, aliens came from the space. They cannot come to the Earth because the Earth is surrounded by lines, like a net of lines that symbolize all lives that were present, that lived on Earth. So I wish you colorful dreams, and I wish you everything best. Okay, with Professor Jerzy Olek, we will have another meeting when he will be talking about his newest book. But now we would like to thank you for this presentation, the presentation of the exhibition called The Measure of Simplicity. You can watch it in the Art Gallery Okno on the second floor in Słubice Cultural Center. And now, Mr. Michel, if you can ask your artist, we can say like that this is your artist, because we divided ourselves. So the artist that we invited to Labyrinth Festival will be presented by us, by me or by Michel. But we also wanted that the majority of artists from the German side were presented in Poland. So I said that this is the Michel's artist, because he will have more conversation with them than me. But tomorrow we will speak more with Polish artists, so they will be mine.
Also in Słowfurt sprechamy in beiden języków gleichzeitig und skakamy von der einen Sprache in die drugie język. Für mich ist es nicht so wichtig, ob ein Künstler nun von polnischer oder deutscher Seite kommt.
That important if an artist comes from Polish or German side, but Anya has invited certain artists, me too. Some of them will come to us from Poland, from Germany, some of them will come from other parts of the world. I wanted to say that I don't see myself as a classical curator that invites artists. I would say that this is I would perceive myself and Labyrinth as a network, member of the network. In Venice, we have curators who travel around the country, invite, look for artists. Right now, here in Labyrinth, I would say we have we have a network of those who recommend each other. For me, Patrick Hubert is one of such artists that I really appreciate. He's a great network expert himself. We are members of a network of artists, of an artist association that will be shown, that will be mentioned today again, later on and during the day, and he has presented before on Labyrinth, so he will mention that, I'm sure. So he's also celebrating his 10th anniversary of an exhibition entitled Copyrights today. So Patrick, could you please join us on stage?
Ja, also abgesehen von der künstlerischen Seite möchte ich Ihnen noch mal ganz herzlich danken. Patrick is at
not mentioning the artistic aspect, I would like to thank you that you help us technically with the assembling of works since Monday. You were great in terms of hanging the paintings and helping us to assemble others. We had to worry. We were were worried that some artists did not deliver their work on time, but we were waiting impatiently for the work to come. But finally today, Patrick has lost his patience and got angry. But of course, it's normal, on the day of the opening. Of course, that may happen. So I wanted to ask you, Patrick, before I ask you about your work, I wanted to ask you, how do you perceive yourself? So what is your position? What is your perception of yourself? You work as an artist directly. You also work on the copyright exhibition along with your partner. You also have a symposium in Wieladen. You're also managing an international network of artists. So would you like to share, how do you perceive yourself? How would you locate yourself in this activity? Well, I've been doing it since I graduated studies, at least the curator work and artist work. I think I've been exhibiting my works since I was 18 or 19, so earlier than that. I used to have a problem with being perceived as an artist, as a curator, because it seems like it's only a German problem, seeing this limit. Who are you, an artist or a curator? Maybe it's specific to Germany only, that we see limits between the two. That you have to be either or. You can't be both. Yes, we have a lot of microphones, so you can feel free to use, keep your own. This film was, it was recorded by you. These are your pieces that are decorating the entrance to Smok Center. Maybe you can tell us a bit more about that, about these spots on the glass. Well, it's a simple method created by colorists, used by colorists since the 80s. So you take sour milk and buttermilk, and you decorate glass. The artist used it quite often when the exhibition was supposed to be bordered from the outside world. It was a simple method in order to create this kind of exhibition. Well, it's not difficult. It has its limitations, of course, because it's easy to damage the glass, the window, in this way. Because if you put too much of that layer onto the glass, then it might be difficult to remove it. So if you perform it correctly, you just need a wet cloth, and that's enough. So when organizing the exhibition, it's always good to think how to finish that, how to organize your works so that you don't damage the interiors you exhibit in, so that you don't get the organizers in trouble. I use a mixture to order that milky layer that is basically, well, disappearing on its own. So we talked about moment, so this ephemerality, the disappearance of works is definitely connected with the slogan of today's edition. This work is temporary in itself. So it's a couple here, and a single individual, a single silhouette there. One of them is, I would say contemporary. The other one is based on the Louvre, one of the Louvre exhibits. And again, this is connected with the temporality, with art passing away and moving away in time and being replaced by newer works. Thank you. For me, the silhouette is fascinating because I almost can't see it. You can look through it, but also if you stand in a specific way, you will see that you can't see it, or your perception is distorted by this shape, and only then you realize that well, it's not just a spot on the glass, but it's a work of art. So you don't want to leave trace after you. But in the history of art, a lot of the artists tried that. A lot of the artists tried immortalize themselves. You don't want to leave. Sorry, you don't want your works to live after you. Well, for quite some time, 2-3 years, I also create classical flat works of art that you can just hang on to your room, but I have never created anything with the intention of surviving me. So hopefully we will have some beautiful moments with you. We will live through some beautiful moments with you. I wanted to thank for this beautiful decoration of the Słubice Cultural Center. So I would like to I'm happy to see that our exhibits go beyond the scope, the interiors of the gallery. So Patrick's works, also our advertising pillars are beautifully decorated, and well, I would not recommend it already, but we will talk about it more later on. So then we have we're moving on to the next point of today's agenda, today's program. We're moving on to Remigiusz Koniecko. He was born in 1977. He graduated from both film school in Łódź and at the multimedia communication faculty in Poznań and the Academy of Arts and Design in Gdańsk. And during his studies, he created a cycle of entitled Formal Spaces. We presented his works in Okno Gallery a couple of years ago, or a dozen years ago. The cycle resulted from his interests of existential space. In his works, he recalled form, but also the function of architecture. Right now, he's he's pondering on art. And well, we will talk about his art, his work with him in a moment. But maybe let's start with a video that he says about his that he sent to us, that in which he talks about the presentation. And again, you can see his paintings on the second floor of the gallery. Hello, my name is Remigiusz.
Jestem fotografem. Dlaczego fotografia? Myślę, że jest to najbliższe medium.
I think it's the medium that is closest to me, that I managed to master manually to show my artistic work. In my creations, in my art, I combine my works with architecture and form that human beings give to this world. Using architecture, urban spaces in my work, I'm moving away from the fascination on behalf of nature. So this year on Labyrinth Festival, I will present the work called To See an Anthropocene, which is an expression of the state we observe today in the global village we live in, that along with its structure consumes the natural resources of our planet. It's very sad that we're living in this particular moment in time that bitterly shows the threats to humanity in terms of smog, drought, and increasing temperatures, average temperatures. So we need to think about that very carefully.
Ladies and gentlemen, Remigiusz Koniecko, do we have a connection with you? Yes, we have Remigiusz with us, with family. Gdańsk he is now, and he's waving. Well, we would like to welcome you. Can you hear us? Yes, good morning. I can hear you. I would like to welcome everyone. This is our first online connection, so it's a test, so we're happy that it's working. What about impression? Have you been watching us from the beginning online? Of course, yes. We have tears in our eyes. We cannot be here with us, so we are very sad. This is a difficult moment for us. But unfortunately, when I was changing tire in my car to go to Słubice, I received a telephone call. When I went to the garage that I need to, I received a phone that I need to be quarantined because I used to had a student with COVID. So up to Saturday, I have to stay home on quarantine. I cannot go out. Okay, we are happy that you are with us. Are you happy how we arranged your exhibition in our space in Słubice? Yes, it is beautiful. It looks well, and I know what the element of installation was the most difficult one, because you needed to recreate the human size posture. It was you finished by Maciej Sperski. I would like to thank him because he finished it, but he told me already that Ala was not happy arranging this insect, but Alu, well, insects will eat us anyway, so that was an inside joke. Okay, so if you don't want to actually see the insects, worms, let's visit our exhibition. I met Remigiusz several years ago. We were students and we were cooperating with Professor Jerzy Olek. And then Remigiusz had exhibition in Art Gallery Okno. And this year I also invited Remigiusz to our festival that he could present us. This is not true. I invited myself. You didn't invite me. Of course, our festival has something in it that, well, once you are here, you want to return, you want to come back, because this is a wonderful opportunity to network, to get to know people, and to listen to different interpretation of your own works, and also the attitude also interpret the relation and understand the relations and interpretations of the work. Yes, you are right. Okay, one more question from me, because when I was thinking what we can talk about, that it's not just waving to the screen. I would like to ask, because when we met in your first works, you mainly raised the topic of architecture. You were dealing of architecture and architectural space, but for some time I've been observing that your works and your interests go into nature. And is that true? Yes, this is true. Before I was fascinated by space, and in the space, architecture was the most alluring. It was the main leitmotif of my works, of my photos. But with time, the fascination with architecture and urban space and all the form that is surrounding us, designed by architects, infrastructure, and so on and so forth, became for me a bit destructive. I felt destruction. So I was thinking, where's the nature in our world? And Jerzy Olek, in one of his books, said, what do you see in the city? You're a maniac of the city. You're an urban maniac. And then I actually realized that I'm sick of this city. Nature speaks to me more because maybe I grew up, and from the perspective of the older man, I perceive the world differently, and I know that, well, I've already have lived half of my life, and I waste my time on useless things. And nature and human being, well, this is a symbiosis. Of course, we create our own vision of the city, of the urban space, but we are also trapped because we are detached from nature, which is a main source of our living on the earth. And I need to tell you that now I move from the outskirts of Gdańsk to the village, and then I will commute to Gdańsk to work because I need more nature, I need silence, and to silence my thoughts. Thoughts about the sense of life. And now everything has propelled due to COVID. Everything is not only due to COVID, but we have a lot of vision, we have a lot of photo visions, relations. We can get lost quickly. So I'm looking for the sense of life. I'm 43 years old, and I'm looking at it from the perspective of a middle-aged man, let's say. Remigiusz, can you explain to us what is for you the titled Anthropocene? This is what I was thinking about recently, not to mention television. Information on television are very depressing now because the resources of our planet are diminishing. We can see it. This is unpredictable now. And geologists today formally set the times of today as Anthropocene. The Anthropocene, it means that the planet is being compared to, is heading directly to this degradation. We don't know if it will happen or not, the end of our planet, but we can imagine the moment of the end of the planet. So I thought that the moment is a great title of the Labyrinth Festival. We can only imagine what will come later, how our planet will look like after, and what will happen to people, because it's getting more and more difficult and less pleasant. Anthropocene, I understand as anthropos, a human being, so the time, the era in which a human decides about everything on the planet. But on the other hand, I can see that in March it was very visible. We had lockdown in Poland. We stopped using cars. We stopped driving and commuting by cars. And the world reversed from the Anthropocene to other or different still functioning worlds or structures that were still that are still covered, maybe. Well, yes, this is true, but unfortunately the nature of human is that we realize something for a short moment. Then when the crisis stops, we go back to our normal life. So I don't even care about many things. I don't want to, recommend people what to do or tell people what to do, because we all need to take it into consideration. We need to embrace it, that this is the human nature. A bit destructive, of course, but this is who we are. Remigiusz, are these still formal spaces, or is it a totally different cycle? Formal spaces were created when I was starting. When the whole fascination of art and space started, my first professor, actually, and the only one who impressed me most, is, of course, Mr. Jerzy Olek, who, as I can see, has the newest sweater. I've never seen such a color of the sweater. Is it a brown? I remember you were always wearing a red sweater. But anyway, formal spaces refer to forms, so how humans shape the space, so the visual aspect of the space, but also it referred to the formal aspect, so how do we impose on ourselves a scheme of being or the form of being, so like a mannequin which according to some rules needs to move left, needs to move right, stop before the traffic lights, and so on and so forth, lives in buildings. So I didn't really know if we have a big choice to plan the space. It's imposed on us. The space is imposed on us through our scientific architectural thoughts. Visionaries' visions were always on paper, but then they were forgotten. So I started to think about the space from the formal aspects, imposed space. So I was thinking, if on one hand, are we happy in this space? Do we want to be happy in such space? Or are we maybe deceived by people who are better than us, who are called architects? Thank you for the meeting. We would like to say hello to your family, to your daughter. I think she's trying to tell us something. Yes, that's true. I would like to tell you that for the first time, my child exhibited a work, The Black House, that inside she made a human with special play doll. She used the play doll and she put humans inside this house. Kaboom, it's called. My daughter even invented the text. She thought about it. I wasn't home, so I read it. People devastate planet, pollute planet. Now they realize they're in danger. Kaboom! This is the last part of the planet. People are now in the black house of the war, the last part of the earth. That they didn't think actually that this part is the part of the space. So when they went out of this house, they died, and kaboom, went into the space. I would like to tell you that my daughter is an individual, and she said, well, you are always exhibiting everything, and she wanted to exhibit something, so her work was also there. I remember Mr. Olek, Mr. Professor, invited me 13 years ago to go to 17 years ago with other people. We were on a special trip, and at one moment I said, gentlemen, wait, I will buy some souvenirs for my family and for my friends. And then Jerzy realized and said, well, you are right, Remigiusz. All life was about me, but my Anya, well, she never received any souvenir. So what he did, he bought a black wallet for a woman. Do you understand? Autistic vision and relations with family, this is something totally different. So this time my daughter Veronika will finish the exhibition. Okay, we need then to add her to the authors of the exhibition then. Yeah, please do it. We would like to, of course, wish all the best to your daughter, to you. Thank you for your exhibition. Thank you for your comment on the your work, and thank you again. And let's move on to another point of our program.
So everything works so far?
No.
Okay, so first I wanted to show the I want to show you the video introducing Volkmar Köhler. Okay, I came to Brandenburg. When I came to Brandenburg, I was already an artist and performer. I write to people who are curious. I paint, I draw, I create objects and installations, both with artistic necessity of creation, but also putting a finger in social wounds. There are three topics of work. On one hand, playing and experimenting. On the other hand, social problems. In terms of playing, I often use different materials: wax, string, Play-Doh, and so on, even ash. And the third topic I mentioned is language. Well, I'm showing the world. Why I'm showing the world from waste? Well, the moment of crisis is a very important moment, as the edition slogan suggests. It's very difficult to get over the crisis, but then on the other hand, make the world a better place, save what can be saved from after the crisis. So let me start. Maybe I was fascinated by this kaboom message. People, pollute the earth. I show the process of pollution. The fact how it is polluted. Well, I think one thing is, of course, when we just put rubbish around ourselves, but then it's even worse if you do it if you send your waste to the other half of the world. Is that it? No, that was just my commentary on people polluting the world and the kaboom message. So you mentioned crisis, you mentioned littering, you mentioned the consequences. We met within the partnership, Polish-German partnership between Słubice and Frankfurt. For many years, you've been a chairperson in the Artists Association, and within this partnership, we have presented works on our festival. You've been here for the second time. Well, I became a Brandenburger because of that. So yes. So you've been living here for you've been living there for a year, right? So how do you see your own works? When I met you, your painting was part of your work, right? You are a creator. How would you assess your own works? How do you see your own works? Well, I take I deal with many things, depending, well, I deal with different topics, different form of expression. I do performance as well, but in here I presented a combination of pictures and paintings. It's an interesting, well, it's a kind of a photo safari that I've performed on the post-industrial area. Where sold cars, where used cars were also sold. I also walked around sports squares, sports centers. I have gathered quite some material. Then part of the material was used also to create performative work. So I created not only a series of paintings, but also some physical works. It was interesting for me to see that the machines that are scrap you know, they look anthropologically. They have hands, they have arms that move things, and you know, they also I'm also fascinated by the notion of waste. I'm interested in what people throw away. I also collect it and I also fix it to my paintings, ash or scrap or elements of metal, of paper. Yes, you mentioned it yourself that you would you call it a recycling? Would you say that? You stop by your activities. You stop your resources from further dissolution, from further entropy. Why do you do what you do? Maybe you know, you should give your ideas to the politicians. That would help them to deal with paintings. Well, I've dabbled with politics in my students' time. Maybe I just prefer painting nowadays. So art, on one hand, allows me to pay attention to what's going on around ourselves, so to comment on what's going on in the world. But on the other hand, it just gives me joy of creating things. So that's quite selfish of me as well. I take these refused things or wasted things and reuse them or return them to the cycle. So we should also mention that when you travel, so you were walking around these post-industrial areas. That was a unique moment because right now it's been demolished. It's been transferred into a gardening trade fair venue. Every year or every 2 years there is a gardening trade fair organized there, and then it's the space remains a green area. So an interesting example of a recycling as well. So and then part of these locations were also transferred into, were also moved, reconstructed into a housing estate. Well, yes, and it was interesting for me that this so-called Bundesgartenschau was created there. Still, you know, they didn't solve the problem of this rubbish, because it was not recycled. It was just taken and moved somewhere else, and that was the so the problem just got moved somewhere else. The Anthropocene is, you know, I agree with the notion of Anthropocene that was mentioned by by the previous speaker. The problem is systemic. We're producing more and more refuse in our society. and the society is growing faster and faster, so that we want to get more, we want to own more, and of course we pollute more, we loiter more as well. So that's the effect of the growing consumptionism. So, as it was mentioned, I don't know how long are we going to, keep on going like that. It's interesting how artists that are presenting their works here, they, create their works separately, but then they talk about similar topics and they complement each other's sentences, artistic sentences. Some artists also look for direct connections with the society, with the world nowadays, with how, what kind of changes do we have. Well, of course, technically speaking, we also had to struggle with this situation. Financially, we needed to find financing for more efforts done within the festival. Hopefully, your work will continue. To become a commentary on reality. What I'm missing here in this edition is the direct meetings with people. This is something I really liked in the previous edition. Also, the networking opportunities are a bit less, unfortunately, this year. I don't know Polish, so I'm not able to speak with so many of my Polish colleagues on the personal scale. So, well. I'm really happy, but I'm still really happy that we managed to meet anyway. Okay, Volkmar Köhler was our guest here. Thank you, guys, for. And I encourage you to visit Volkmar's exhibition, especially that you can see it only today if you're from Poland. So go and take a look at his works at the gallery, or use our platform and take a virtual tour of the exhibition. As you see, sometimes we have to adapt to new things and new opportunities.
And you mentioned that we have many artists from Germany, and I think that Karsten Wittke, he also can be referred to as a German artist, a very interesting one. Maybe several words about Karsten before we will present the movie in which he will answer to our questions. And then we will talk to him live. Because he is sick, unfortunately, he couldn't visit us in Słubice. It's not coronavirus, fortunately. Karsten Wittke, I met him. Christina Hoffmann, I met. Christina Hoffmann created a network to organize the space, very difficult to interpret. It's about organizing the space. Actually, it's about reorganizing the space, because due to the lack of the organization, Karsten is a wonderful theoretician. You will soon will listen to his lecture about the art, and that the art takes place mainly in metropolis, even though art is associated with the entire world. Or maybe the countryside, not organized space, may also belong to art and may also contribute to art. This is the question Karsten asks. So he travels between Bermud and Berlin, which is south of Berlin, Bermud. One of his main works in the city where he lives is the vineyard. For several years, Karsten has been representing also Borut municipality that represents Mongolia. So he travels also to Mongolia very often. Mark in Brandenburg. I'm a painter, and I currently work in Barusmark as a coordinator of the municipal development policy. Since 2016, I have been coordinating the municipal project in Barut with its partner city Marun in Mongolia. I create paintings because I appreciate the simplicity and directness of this medium. In Mongolia, I rediscovered the landscape as a theme. When I travel, I was drawing, I was taking notes, and I was sketching. This lack of events, because this is fascinating for me. It was wonderful to leave this reduced landscape reduced to just smallest and simple signs, such as sky, clouds, mountains, rivers. Due to them, these energetic factors, everything that brings force and life, can be seen and can be gathered in one's landscape. This is wonderful. This is also about Słubice. It gives me a lot of impression that I'm dealing with the landscape also in Słubice. Hello, Karsten. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Michelle? Yes. Okay, wonderful. We can hear each other. I can see a painting behind you. Actually, two paintings, right? You're sitting just behind them, between them. Sorry. So, have you been watching us online? Of course, yes. I like it very, very much. And I am happy that you put my works in a Słubice gallery. Before you, we had already two artists who were actually dealing or raising the topic of in terms of Mr. Koniecki, it was about Anthropocene, but with regard to the other person, to Patrick, was about waste and painting with, Volkmar Kuller was dealing with waste and litter. And I think that due to what's going on, you still are looking for a place with spiritual energy, which require a steady core. And when I was presenting you, you were talking something about winery. Can you locate yourself in it? Of course. In terms of Mongolia and the title of the work, remember, in German it's not Mongolian, but Mongolaia. So I called my works Mongolian because the travelers called it like that in the 16th century. That's why the distance was created based on the title. It was not the geographical description only, but it was just the imagination that on one hand was real, but on the other hand was fictional. Even people who know well the Mongolia and who are experts in Mongolia, they told me there is no such word as Mongolian, but I explained to them my idea of this word and of naming my works like that. This is as a creator, I can create new words, and I am able to do such things, and also explain why artists draw paintings. Landscape is the basis of our existence. These works cannot be created on my own. I mean, one person cannot create such works, and many people are involved in them. Several years ago, so 15 years ago, I learned that how important it is, that how landscape is important for the local culture. Space, which as part of the project was a great challenge. Well, it developed me as an artist. Your works are, in a sense, necessary. They are a bit reduced in terms of their form, but they also indicate some kind of archaic prototype of the painting. Maybe landscapes that we perceive, we observe sometimes photographies. This is my impression. They look like photographies. Yes, you're right. These paintings may be used for meditation. They are not real places, actually. There is no constellation in reality. This is just a set of symbols or set of forms that, as I mentioned before, are difficult to organize structurally. In the evening, I will present it during my short lecture. I think that then I will be able to talk about it more, tell you more. But I can, in short, tell you that this is seriousness and respect to the earth. So we should respect earth, and this is the basis of our existence. And I think it's worth to be careful, and we need to look at this relation between human being and earth. And it's worth to get closer to it through the painting, through the medium of the painting, because still it's very anachronic. Because this being close to nature is still anachronic to do, that we cannot be really close to nature. But in the sense of changing the space, especially in terms of Mongolia, this is very important. And this is also a very new way of consuming reality, that we consume it in our world. We want to open the space between different spaces. You are also now sitting between different paintings, right? So thanks to it, we find new notions. The crisis we mentioned as well. Maybe out of this crisis, thanks to this technique, we will have new ways out. We will have new solutions. Maybe due to these techniques, we will have new solutions that arise from the artistic activity, from looking above divisions and social divisions. This is why, that is why I decided to paint such landscapes. I think that in the past I didn't trust in painting. And I didn't appreciate how effective this medium is until I rediscovered it for myself. And I realized how much we have in painting possibilities. Paintings have been with us for many years, from the beginning of human nature. We are now sitting in separate places due to Corona. I'm hearing all the time about hybrid communication. This is everywhere, hybrid. This is fascinating. What I'm painting, what I'm working on, this is fascinating. And what I'm talking about as well, all the levels between which we can move. It refers directly to communication. Due to coronavirus, this communication like that will be something normal, will be a standard, this hybrid communication. Thank you, Karsten. I think we will see you again when you will be listening to your lecture in the evening. If you are willing to watch Karsten's works, please go to the bridge on Frankfurt, in Frankfurt. Anna Peszke will present. There are many participants of RUA. You also present there different aspects of organizing public space as in your organization. Yes. I wish you a pleasant evening and afternoon, and thank you very much. Goodbye.
Mamy pytanie. Nie działa. Mam pytanie do ekipy naszej. Czy Zbigniew Tomaszczuk jest z nami? Dobrze, to ja tylko pokrótce powiem, że za chwileczkę
introduce him briefly before he joins us. In a moment, he will join us. Photographer and photography theorist, author of many books that I would recommend to you. Books that I think it's worth knowing and it's worth reading. As a student, when I grabbed his book when I read his book for the first time, and he was one of the artists that I presented as a gallery owner. So I remember him first from this analog photography, Sweet Poland. We presented here, then a cycle of different traditions, different celebrations. He is a very good documentalist. I would say he perceives the world in a perfectly. He observes the world perfectly. So he told us about how did he build relations with the recipients, how I remember that he very precisely did that. First he took a surprise photo of this person, then he asked whether he can take the photo, and then if he didn't get consent, he had a photo that was of some value. But this is also how the connection was formed. And then if he got the consent, it turned out that this first surprise photo was then used. So, Zbigniew, are you here with us? Oh, so first is going to be there's going to be a video. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zbigniew Tomaszczuk. I'm a lecturer at the media department in Warsaw. I teach history of photography and then connections of photography between photography and contemporary art. I started dealing with photography in the 70s of the previous age. First, I was connected with the photography instructors. Then I was a member of Polish Photographers Association. I dealt with I dealt with commercial photography and artistic photography. I'm interested in documentary aspect of photography and the attempts of transferring documentary photography into art. In Słubice, I'm presenting works from the second area. I'm interested in changes in analog media under the influence of digital technologies, and the past meets with the present meets with the past, and past is reinterpreted by the present. I hope you will enjoy my exhibition. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Witamy serdecznie, panie Zbigniewie. Dzień dobry.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tomaszczuk. Welcome.
Cieszymy się bardzo.
We're very happy that you managed to join us, at least, digitally.
Czy nas słychać dobrze?
Can you hear us?
Tak?
Yes, I'm experimenting with the microphone, so we can hear you very well.
A czy słuchawki ma pan może?
Maybe you can put your headphones on.
O, tak.
Oh, now we can hear you perfectly. Good. I was experimenting with an external microphone, but a failed experiment, as it turns out. So, but if only it's okay right now, then I'm happy.
Hello?
I can hear you well. So, have you seen the previous? Have you heard the previous interviews? Yes, I'm watching you from the very beginning. I mentioned Okno gallery exhibition that we did some time ago. Back then, we had the Sweet Poland cycle and documentary photography. Right now, we're combining two medias, the analog one and the reinterpretation that was used via new media. So that may influence, of course, the style of your photographies, right? Well, it's a very natural situation that the digital world, took over. Even people like me that started from the analog world. But yes, it's also subjected to the idea of documentality that I consider the most important feature of photography. So my works are a transposition of the documentary function of photography into the area of an idea that is a certain photography. So it's necessary for me to reinterpret the current situation because for me, the world is flooded with images, and performing new works is a repetition of what has already been created somewhere else by somebody. Yes, very often you say that everything has been created in art. Anything we'll do is just a reinterpretation of what was created before. Yes, but I wouldn't say it's worth worrying about, because then what would we do as artists? Well, I think it's mentioned mostly in the context of us exhausting the usual form range, the obvious forms. But computer and new apps, new software create new possibilities. Yes, and this combination of techniques and the stylistics of an error are interesting. I visited your lecture in Katowice, where you talked interestingly about this notion. And the works that we have right now in our gallery suggest this climate, this stylistics on the border of error and new usage of the medium. Well, yes, the longer it seems to me that the longer I deal with photography and art, the more I count on an error of any kind, especially in terms of photography that is a result of a certain standard that dominated by the machine, by the camera here. I think we need to be very lucky for the error to emerge, and I'm not sarcastic here, because when the error emerges, you can create it artistically, and for quite some time I'm dealing with this, let's say, strategy. Something that's it's a result of a certain failed process or a random error may be consciously created if we approach it in a way. So it can be treated as a reinterpretation of a kind. Yes, you also put it in the text of the catalog that. You write about a certain overuse of image in the contemporary world. Yeah, the problem is based on the fact that images that are appearing en masse pollute the meaningful works, and it's very difficult to differentiate these meaningful from the meaningless. And I think right now interpreting art is based on the ability of looking for these good, meaningful things, than not being subjected to this numbness that the flood of images can cause us with. So I think I would say right now searching for these fringe images are essential. Let me just remind you that the image, the exhibition that we present on the festival is called Reinterpretation as the Commentary on Contemporary Photography. Would you like to give us some more threads for the audience that will see the exhibition here in Słubice? Well, there are images there that were taken a couple of years ago, and the more recent ones. So I would like to encourage you that I would like to point your attention to the most contemporary works. When you change the compression of when we change the compression of images, it may turn out to be interesting that and using this error on purpose. So first you save the photography as letters, then as figures, then the figures are changed. So in a way they are hacked by me or bugged by me. So that creates an error on purpose, and this is a way of expression, a form of expression for me. So our presence, the presence of an artist, also influences, in this way, influences the environment. Thank you very much. We will see you again later on, right? We have your lecture later on, and this is how it's going to be presented. I'm sending my regards to your wife, because I remember we've met on one of the exhibitions before. Thank you very much for meeting us, and yes, thank you very much for the invitation. And goodbye. I'll see you later.
I teraz mamy kolejną prezentację. Tutaj do programu sięgnijmy.
Okay, the next presentation in the agenda is...
Za krótko było?
Nie wiem, która jest, czy o 7...
Nie mamy jeszcze.
O 17:30 będzie kolejna osoba, Fritz Stier, ale jeszcze nie jesteśmy łączeni.
Okay, the next person is Fritz Stier, but we are not yet connected because we're a little bit ahead of schedule, because he is going to connect us at 5:30. So yes, because walking from one place to another took some time as well in real life, disciplining everyone and rushing everyone from one place to another took some time. So please forgive us that these delays. It's the first time for us, so we're learning how to create these kind of events. We were, expecting maybe some errors in connection, so that is why we have these gaps. But I'm, in ease. The first stage fright is over for me, is gone. So I think it's a really nice way of speaking. It's a really nice way of conversing like that. As Volkmar mentioned, the meeting is different. We can't touch. We can't get in touch so closely. But we are in contact, in a digital contact. So yeah, that's nice. That is nice. Maybe since we have a moment, maybe you can share with us some, some comments. You have some questions. So, how do you feel? Do you have? Are you having so much fun as you used to have before? Well, some members of the audience are nodding their heads, so I'm really happy. Those of us that are watching us online hopefully are, enjoying the event. I don't have my phone with me, but if you have any comments online, please do share. Write to us, comment on the public event. We will definitely read it, if not now, then later. We will definitely use some of the elements of this edition in the further ones, but yes, definitely some things will be modified. Made better, I'm sure. So we're welcoming, your comments. I'm surprised by one thing, the continuity that we have. So just one conversation can refer to another, and yes, of course, we're sometimes changing the topic. Sometimes we're more philosophical. Sometimes we are a bit more specific, but still. I have a feeling that we're creating something interesting here. So, just a commentary, there are people who can't join a live stream. What to do with that case?
Sie sollen, also wer nicht reinkommt, nehmen Sie den Browser Chrome. Google Chrome ist das, ne? Der scheint da am besten.
Well, use Google Chrome as a browser. I think it works best. There are 3 language versions on our website. You can choose one for you, and it should work. Just use Chrome browser.
Also auf die Internetseite labyrinth.slubice.eu.
To use our website, labyrinth.slubice.eu. That should work best.
Dobrze, czy mamy już artystę naszego, może? Jeszcze. Dobrze. To 5 minut przerwy na łyk wody dla nas i zaraz wracamy, tak?
I dzwonię do Fryca. Powiedzcie nam, kiedy możemy zacząć.
Możemy, zapowiadać.
Bo nie widzę na ekranu nic.
Ty zapowiadasz i będzie film.
Okay.
Hallo, ja.
Gut. Als nächsten Künstler möchten wir jetzt Fritz Stier vorstellen. Fritz Stier.
I would like to present another artist, Mr. Fritz Stier. He's an artist, actually, but he will be also with us as a curator, manager of the association VNM. One of the spaces which are not working in Frankfurt but extraterritorially, so outside Frankfurt, they operate in Mannheim, so I'm happy that I can meet Mr. Fritz. But first of all, I would like to ask Mr. Patrick Huber. I mentioned that we have here a lot of networking. We are curators, organizers of the festival, all at once. And mutually, we are advising different things. So Patrick actually tell me that Fritz Stier is a very interesting artist. Maybe because it was difficult for him to be here personally, maybe it's even better for him that we meet digital online. Can you present Mr. Fritz Stier? Yes, what can we tell about him? He is like everyone here. He is a curator, an artist. He's very active, so he has many different roles. He's one of the first people who I invited to the bigger exhibition. First 100 Days in Mannheim, that was the name of the exhibition, with different banks and music. That's how we met. Last year, I rediscovered him as a management, as a leader of the Association of Artists. He's a bit handicapped, unfortunately. He's a bit, because of his disability, he's on the wheelchair. But even though he has a lot of energy, he can jump, he can walk well. He's a pioneer in terms of his art. So thank you for this wonderful presentation. He will present himself in the film. But let's look first at his work and then at him, and then we will talk with the artist online.
Hallo, ich bin Fritz Stier, ich lebe und arbeite in Mannheim.
I would like to welcome everyone. My name is Fritz Stier. I live in Mannheim. In the matter of art, or why I do what I do, it's not about superficial aesthetics or about the formal style, like in painting. For me, art is a strategy. to deal with life, to tackle life. It's like a sixth sense, which allow me to focus and transform things, artistic things that are around me. The topic of the future in art is similar to my approach to life. I'm interested in moments of transition or cross-border or crossing the border that divides existence from non-existence. It's like walking on a thin line. Because of it, it seems unpleasant. And a lot of artists, due to that, are criticized, are rejected. Not all my works are like that. But it is always about something that pops into my head and stay there. Things that fascinate me, and I frequently ask myself a question. What is the reason of things? Why do things happen? I'm not an artist who sends any form of messages. I'm just trying to provoke further questions. I think that this work fits in well into the slogan of this year's festival, Moment. It's about a moment which is doubtful, from the work Mea Culpa.
Hallo Fritz.
Hello, Fritz. Hello, Michelle. Hello, Patrick. Welcome. I'm sending hello from Słubice. I'm sending regards from Słubice. Well, we see each other again. After this wonderful narration we just heard, so what can I do for you? Well, what can you do? Why did you choose this work? All of the work that I know, all your works I know, have a lot in common with Moment. We have the moment of falling down, for example. The moments in which matters are more existential in nature. It's easy to answer the question. These works show different people, especially women, full of violence. This is actually the sense and the topic of such work. It's about violence, violence against women. Waterboarding, you saw in the film, method of torturing, which is unfortunately still used and still applied. It's not like I'm using it just to, give myself a break. It's just my reaction to it. I keep it in myself. I keep it in my soul, and I realize it in the form of video. From the perspective of the topic, the moment, Well, my work fits well into the slogan, into the topic of the festival. It describes the moment of a woman who is actually having her head just below the water, below the surface of the water, and then she takes her water out of the water. So when you ask me which work I like most from the festival, it's impossible to answer, it's impossible to give you the answer. But what actually your work was very emotional and touched me most out of all the works presented during the festival. All the events, all the installations are silent. There is no voice, there is no music. So that's why I asked to play silent films you created and then add your commentary. And I think that's what you aimed to do for these films, to be silent. Actually, I didn't read it as a violence against women. I didn't understand it like it. So thank you that you explained it. But actually, you mixed men and women. For some reason, you chose women. Why? So from the context presented on the big screen, or scene, sorry, at the end of it, at the end of the project, we were able to lift heavy objects like cars, for example. So I invited both men and women for the project. And all the women invited to the event were very brave, and they stood in front of the camera and let them and allowed us to do it. Initially, 5 men and 5 women took part in the project. The ones who wanted to, leave the project, they were very creative in their explanation. So actually, men decided to leave the project, and women stayed with us. That's the story. And actually, by the chance, I made a video showing that men and women are different, and we have to live with that. The criticism to my work, well, I don't mean it's very negative. It's only negative because I think it can be also valuable. So I like this mixed response to my art. I like it as well, very much. Of course, it's about asking questions. This is very important for art. It's not about offering solutions. Well, because of your work, I ask myself deep questions about life, death, existence, so I think it's very important to talk about death in our society, not to marginalize such topics. I think it's very important, and thanks to your input, we can start discussion about it. What does it mean that one day we need to leave this planet, that we need to die, that our existence is just a small moment, short moment between our birth and death? And the moment seems to be long for us, but actually when we are talking about fly is just, one day for a fly to live. From the perspective of fly, its life is quite okay. It's not long, it's not short. Maybe we need to have this, we maybe have the same perspective as the fly. I can see this willingness to risk your models, or let's say, or people taking part in your art, you choose them, actually they don't know what will happen during your installation, during your work, during your performance. So they actually don't know if they will be healthy and safe after such project. Well, they don't know that, so they need to trust you. They actually devote their lives and safety, and they trust your gut. So actually they devoted themselves to art. So this is interesting. So you can animate your models and move them to take such risk, encourage them to take such risk. Yes, actually this is very important that actors and actresses, or I would like to call them artistic activists, they work in such context. I come from experimental art. Performance was always associated with risk. That's how I understood it. I was always entering relations which were unpredictable for me. Today, performance is more very often planned performance, planned inscenization that you can call off, that you can cancel. And I think that it doesn't end with such results as I would expect. When I create videos like that, I listen that I'm creating weird performance. Sometimes people leave. I present in my works dangers of life, the risks of life. Life is risky. For my models, everything was new. They've never had experienced anything like that. And this is very important for me, that this is authentic, that this is real, that the actors were not prepared for that before. And this is essential for my art. It's a stereotype, of course. But despite stereotypes, people trust me, and I'm trying to fulfill their requirement. And do you have a question? I would like to share with you reflection, because for me, I care about education in art, showing performances, modern performance, and I showed teenagers, 13 years old, your movies presented during the festival, to see how they will react to this film. It's a very difficult moment when you are a teenager. I will tell you that what was amazing, the moment was amazing moment, when teenagers were watching the film and they were getting silent with each minute, and I could see their emotions, and they had wonderful but different reflections. Some of them understood it as a symbol, a direct symbol to depression, emptiness, loneliness. They understood emotions through the film that were not in the film. So they understood abstract emotions. So this is just my reflection, how your performance was understood by teenagers.
Die Übersetzung kam natürlich dann nicht.
Anscheinend. Ja. Die wird gleich übersetzt.
Fritz, dann will ich es mal kurz versuchen. Ich dachte, du hättest jetzt, weil wir haben ja Übersetzer in der Kabine sitzen. Aber das
Yeah, now I would like to ask for the translation, and for it seems that the interpretation only reaches those who are present with us here, not present remotely. So right now the question asked by Anya will just be translated into German.
Also im pubertären Alter, gezeigt 13 Jahre alt und ach so, du hast einen Kopfhörer aufgehabt. Ich habe mich gerade gewundert, woher er das verstanden hat. Das ist ja manchmal ein schwieriges Alter und Anja war erstaunt, wie sie darauf reagiert haben, mit sehr unterschiedlichen Reflexionen, aber alle sehr berührt davon. Das wollte sie teilen mit dir, dass das für sie interessant war, also das zu sehen. Coś na temat performansu jeszcze mówiłaś, nie? No to mówiłem, ale mówisz coś o performancie jeszcze? Nie. Okay. Ja, das war's, glaube ich, mehr oder weniger.
Ja, sehr spannend.
Wir danken dir ganz herzlich.
Very interesting. That's the only comment. Okay, Fritz, thank you for being with us, and I think your artistic space, your artistic imagery will stay with us because you're a director or chair of your artistic group present in Mannheim, you know, so a Renaissance person basically. Yeah, Michel, you do the same, right? 2 jobs at the same time, right, all of us. Anya has an Okno gallery and her groups of artists and so on. So basically we all have different functions too. We all have different functions, but you will have a third function, because you've performed and you presented the Ute Dintner exhibition. But then we will speak with Ute directly. Ute Lindner. Maybe back, so maybe then you will want to say something. So. Just a forewarning that Ute will be presenting. Would you like to talk about her right now? Introduce this presentation or exhibition? Yes, I think I can say that there was a great. It's a great exhibition, and what fascinates me there is that the exhibition space that we used is known to me for years. But the changes that Ute introduces in the space, and also it's a nice commentary to what Patrick did, but it's amazing, and you can't just you can't not appreciate it or not see it, because it's just amazing. These she put there dozens of meters long pieces of fragments of fabric that creates a magical performance, that create a magical view. Many viewers already agreed with that. And they said that you know, that was one of the most interesting exhibitions that they've seen. Okay, thank you for that word of introduction, and I'm really happy that I will have the chance, hopefully, of meeting you next year. So we'll definitely continue. Thank you very much.
Der nächste Gast hier im Studio ist live hier, beziehungsweise
our next guest in the studio is live, is going to be with us in person. And even though I don't see anyone approaching, from the darkness, but they are here, Jan Poppenhagen and Oliver Vogt.
Die Gangsterbande aus Berlin. Die Mafia ist hier.
So a fist bump with the Berlin Mafia, Berlin terrorists. Okay, how to present you? Oh, maybe let's use the video first. We are Oliver Vogt and Jan Poppenhagen, and Oliver is shooting this video. Well, we do what we do because we have to do it. There's no other choice, basically, to do what we do. We're not, dealing with questions. We're dealing with answers. We're taking the answers that already exist and we try to put them in space, and we try to transform them in new questions. We do it visually, without knowing the answers of the other side of the dialogue in advance. That's how we do. That's what we do. Labyrinth takes place in Frankfurt and Słubice, in a twin city that experiences the clash of different worlds, from left to right, from north to south. So it's similar with our works. Certain worlds collide with each other, certain worlds overlap, and the result of that clash is interesting for us. So that's overlapping is interesting for us. So it's interesting that this is the topic. This is the overlying idea of our works. Yes, so the crosswords, the junction of roots. Tell us more about the whole process. How did you, met each other? I think we've known each other since 2003. Yes, quite some time. True. When we created our first movie about Sofort, or you were shooting, I was in front of the camera, and I was then giving a tour to this virtual group about around Sofort. Then in 2005, you created a new film. So you're right now you're Sofort veteran right now, the Sofort veteran. Then we lost sight of each other a bit, and then we got the chance to cooperate with each other this year as well. So yes, so we were able to cooperate in Sofort again. You exhibit your works from Berlin, right? But you decided to do it here. We're really happy to have you here. But maybe yes, let's get back to the question of how did you two meet? How did you obtain the result that you're showing us today in Słubice?
Bardzo dziękujemy za zaproszenie na festiwal Labyrinth. Oleg, Ania, Michael. Erstmal ganz kurz noch was zu dem, was du gerade gesagt hast. Zum Thema Swoopfort ist es tatsächlich so.
Let me comment on what you said in terms of Swoopfort. As you said, we live in a strange time. We live in a new time. New areas are being set free, are being available. I was born in Berlin, but I don't feel I don't feel that I have roots in any place. I have been convinced of that for quite some time now. I'm more of a Swoopfurt dweller, a Swoopfurt citizen, rather than and with Oliver, we met doing some projects together, and so let us get you through the technicalities of our creation. Within 3 years, we have completed 36 videos, or shots, and 1,296 pictures, analog pictures, were taken and developed by us. So black and white, as you'll see on these pillars. So we did it in a way that first, and also so first we exposed them first, and then not knowing exactly what the other person has taken. So Visimantics was the name of the project that we presented within that works, and then out of these 1,296 pictures we selected 16, and the process of selection was also a work of its kind. So this is basically how the result looks like. These pictures were taken during our travels, privately sometimes. Sometimes we took photos just to remember things. So we never knew what will happen then with the image resulting. Sometimes we just partially exposed it to the light. So maybe, you know, that's an answer, form of an answer to a flood of colorful images that's all, you know, that world is full of right now. So this is the visual proof that black and white images is also, you know, worthwhile, but how you know, it's interesting for us to observe how strange it looks right now in the urban space. And we've been working for a couple of years on that project, and we didn't really know what would be the results on the that are presented here. So yes, we have performed a certain experiment, a certain test in Berlin, but this is the full-scale premiere of our project. So this is, you know, you gave us the possibility of putting our works on the pillars. We got sponsors, and yes, so there are 6 pillars being occupied with our work also on the Frankfurt side. So we basically got all the Słubice pillars and 6 Frankfurt pillars. You also wear caps with Rizamantic. Does it have any special meaning? Yes. Well, it all has to fit to you know, to our brand, to our image. So we referred to Fumapan slogan here, and the area we tried to open with these overlapping words here. This is the reaction to space, dominated by young people growing up around digital media that you know, perceive the moment completely different, in a completely different way than we do. The concept of moment is completely different for them. In here, well, we see different worlds overlapping. We see the worlds of the screens, smartphone, computer screens. and that shows that we all have our own language, our own way of understanding things. We are trying to comment on this particular phenomenon. Most of the masks that are worn today, I consider them really ugly. So I thought, what cool can be done about it, and I thought that such bandana can be a good idea. Any questions? Yes, I would like to refer to, well, a couple of years ago, we've had a similar assumption. We have a similar project between Marek Woźniak and Ewa Milkowska. They have exchanged slit cameras and between Poland and the camera. They didn't know what will they expose to the light.
Also sie erinnert das an eine Aktion, die Marek Woźniak und Ella Kinowska, so zwei...
And the same is repeated into German.
Woźniak in Berlin, Woźniak gdzie? In Berlin und Ella Kinowska... Also zwischen Moskau und Kanada, indem sie mit Lochkameras fotografiert haben. I potem naświetlili też jeden na drugim, tak? Und dann haben sie hinterher auch sozusagen beide übereinander gelegt. Das waren damals so ganz kleine Lochkameras.
So I wanted to point your attention to the fact that the idea was similar, but the form of presenting the works, the results of your project. So you went outside, you presented it on the street in an urban space, as a street gallery almost. I really like it, and thank you that thanks to your work, the festival also got outside of the gallery rooms. And the same is translated into German.
Mit diesen Ergebnissen praktisch ganz in den öffentlichen Raum gegangen seid und so praktisch den Stadtraum von Frankfurt und Słubice erfasst hat. Das findet Anja ganz wunderbar und dafür möchte sie euch gratulieren.
Danke.
And I've seen and I've experienced a lot of positive reaction to these new pillars in Słubice.
Das freut uns sehr.
We're really happy about that. We're interested in what is going to happen with these pillars. We noticed that they are mostly used to communicate on small space, so small group of recipients. So you have, there some personal notes, personal adverts, then notices that somebody died, and some events are being advertised. So I'm interested in what will happen after the exhibition period is over. Yes, so it is amazing to hear what will happen. I remember you mentioned that on Tuesday you wanted to start, and then Anya said, "Oh my God, maybe let's not do that because they will be destroyed or covered by the time of the exhibition, by the time of the festival." In Frankfurt, I think these pillars are a lot less alive. There's even punishment because it's rented advertising space. So up until half a year passes, nobody will cover these adverts and these posters that are glued there. So, again, we are curious to see how it will evolve and what will be the reaction of Słubice citizens. And yes, we were worried, as Germans, we were worried, can we really do that? Is it legal? But, they were smiling, they were commenting on it, on our work. So it was an interesting experience, creating it. We tried not to, for example, cover the death notices. and we asked one older lady, well, should we cover it or not? And then she told us, then we know it's like first come first served. If you have something to cover, then please do that. So the perception of these habits, these customs, is fascinating as well in these both countries. So I thought about it in the morning, and then we have an idea of a new project. Can we take one picture a day in Słubice of these pillars, and then see what will happen with them, how it will be covered, when it will be covered with new layers. So, we also did that ourselves, and I'm talking about, but yes, so it's a certain communication, so and the result of a whole brainstorm. So you will see, and then a project emerging from another project. That's interesting. That's great. So both me and Jan, we've the project we dealt with in the last 3 years took some patience, took some effort. So we became a team, an artistic ensemble because of that. And the fact that we're meeting and working together without commercial interest, I think it's great. We've discovered that we made a lot of errors, a lot of mistakes in the process. We've created a lot of unnecessary things that probably would not even be possible to be shown. But I think it's important that we're working together, and it's over the borders. So not geographically speaking only, but Jan is conceptualist and I'm a video artist. So this is why we're working over the borders. So it's really great to see such a cooperation. Maybe one comment that what we've been talking about. It's fascinating what's going on, because we were walking from one place to another. There were talks going on, but still, there was in the back of my mind there was this pressure that we need to move further and further. So I needed depth in it. I lacked depth in it, and I felt that we were missing something. So maybe this kind of form of cooperation is better.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to share my reflection. If you can put on your headsets, that you can hear the interpretation. Of course. I think I will understand, but if you ask me, I will put it on. I'm really happy to meet the authors of the work, because I've been observing with great interest what has been happening for the last few days. And as you noticed, I don't know if it's only in Słubice on the Polish border, or on Polish side, our pillars are multi-dimensional aspect or meaning or even function. In big cities is like that. There are some posters on pillars when we have important events. There are other things as well that they shouldn't be there. But for us, this is a way of communicating with the public. Sometimes there are information, there are papers, notices that someone wants to sell the washing machine, of course. But usually, such pillars are used to communicate important events. I thought at the beginning that your installation was a form of a marketing for Labyrinth Festival, because on pillars very often such events are presented. But then I realized that this is your work, and I'm really happy that it moved to the culture, to different points where we can present art. Actually, the visitors need to enter space to experience the art, and in your art you didn't do it. Citizens of Słubice were interested in the event because of your posters, because of the pillars you used. What I liked most, these are random pictures, of course, but one of your works looked like a horror from Beksiński paintings, and I really like it, and I'm really happy that we can see art on the streets of Słubice. Thank you very much. I think with this positive note, well, we can finish the first part of the studio, the festival studio. Let's have a break. We are a bit late in terms of our agenda, so we will have a break and we will meet here again at 7 o'clock.
Pomalutku, żebyśmy sobie tam przeszli i można się posiedzieć.
Szanowni Państwo, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, wir fahren fort mit unserem Live-Studio vom Festival für Neue Kunst Labyrinth. Und wir verbinden uns jetzt mit
from Labyrinth Festival. Now we are connecting with the Onomato Association of Artists in Düsseldorf. This is actually one of our benefits of online studio, that we are not attached only to Słubice, and we are happy that Terry Buchholz, that last year took part as an artist, this year is here as a curator, presenting two artists that she chose for her performance. At the beginning, we will show you a short interview with the artists. Actually, I was shaped by two nationalities, German and Hindi. Actually, you are never home. You never feel home. But everywhere you can find yourself, and you can have this kind of thinking. This can be my home. This can be my country. So who am I? I believe that I can talk to other people. Why do you do what you do? Out of that, because I miss something. This is my reason. What questions do you raise in your artistic works? I think I'm surprised. A lot of longing. I think that each person would like to have some kind of improvement in life. For many people, improvement is different or understood differently. Improvement starts when I am better off, but actually, is that always true? I was thinking about the whole idea of improvement, but why did you choose this work and not the other? First of all, I like this beautiful title. In this work, I connect different places and moments I visited or I experienced. And this work helps or allows these moments to speak for themselves. I'm Markus Heiser, and I would like to add that I was born in Alp-Schwabski region. We have two Thames on the Rhine. Water supplies the Northern Sea. And why do you do what to do? Well, I did it because I didn't have any other ideas. But to be honest, I do it because I do it well, and I have no other, let's say, options in life. What kind of questions do you raise in your art? These questions are asked by each human being. I ask as a human being, and this is the response to my own life and to the place and my environment. I'm left-handed, so I used to have a lot of problem with that I am a bit more able using my left hand. And this is the same situation with the river I mentioned, because it raises some problems, but also possibilities. Why do you present us these works, not the others? Again, very general answer. I think that it just fits in well to the festival. Nothing more to add. It's not something that came to me from above, that I was given by someone, but I created based on many different discussions. Okay, it was just a short introduction. A short introduction to the topic. We are now connected online with Onomato Association of Artists. Welcome. Terry and all other people present on site. I'm happy that we have the connection.
Wir müssen weitergehen im Programm. Okay, herzlichen Dank nach Düsseldorf. Wahrscheinlich geht die Performance noch lange weiter.
I suppose the performance will take longer than that. So, thank you. Okay, so let's move on to the next artist from the list.
Zwar kommen wir jetzt vorhin schon angekündigt eigentlich durch das Interview mit Fritz Stier.
Let's move on to the person introduced before in Fritz Stier interview. Winherheimer Kunstverein, the Association of Artists, and Ute Linder, curator. So we will now move on with the film, and then we will introduce the artists.
Der Spiegel ist nämlich eine Utopie, sofern ein Ort.
The mirror is a utopia.
Im Spiegel sehe ich mich da, wo ich nicht bin.
As much as it is a place without a place. In the mirror, I can see myself in no unreal space, which virtually is behind the glass. I'm not the person who I am. I am behind the shades. I can see myself when I'm actually not in the utopia of the mirror.
Enchanted girl. They say she wandered very far, over land and sea.
Ein zentraler Aspekt im künstlerischen Schaffen von Ute Lindner ist das Thema der Spiegelung.
Well, aspects of Ute Linder is the motive and the theme of reflection upon mirrors, the reflection of the mirror. The space between the image and its reflection. Ute Linder photography by Ute Linder is treated as a tool of changing and shaping the reality. Multitude of recording and photographs the artist reformulates into new reality, which allows her to cross the borders of time and space and create a new world out of it. New separate aspects are connected into one continuum and presented as something new. This is the same with the new observation of a person watching this.
And while we spoke of many things, fools and kings, this she said to me.
Insofern Ute Lindner ihre Bildmontagen in dynamischen Wechselbeziehungen organisiert, scheint es, als
Ute Linder organizes installations that are interconnected, but the composition finally is monochromatic. So there is a new category of time and space. Ute Linder creates and organizes the place which is visible behind the mirror to lead the observer through the special border behind the mirror, between reality and what already has happened. It's not about the montage between things that already happen and the montage of the image of the reality, but it's just talking about different spaces, going back to our imagination and memory and creating visions out of it. Ute Linder transforms what she perceived as the vision, and the artist refers to other artists through the looking glass. Ute Linder realized colorful and spacious images that present feeling and absorb non-material impulses.
Is just to love and be loved in return.
Hallo Ute, grüß dich.
Hallo Michael. Hallo Michael.
Dein Vorhang hinter dir ist aber jetzt nicht in Cyanoblau.
This curtain is not behind you, it's not blue. No, it's a faded color actually. And actually it's a similar color I used in my work, but without the motive. Yeah, it used to be other color. It used to be cyan, but now it's different. Well, it's Volheim. We don't have internet in our space, in our exhibition space, and I'm actually not here. So I decided to present a recording realized made out of other recordings, and I hope it will reflect upon the atmosphere of the installation. We were listening to the song, which in original was called Nature Boy, and our artist sang it as a nature girl. So we saw a video installation and many photographic works. Going through the exhibition, we can hear the opera singing. Is that right? Yes, she's an opera singer, but this is just a song, which is more hippie or jazz than opera song. It was written for Nat King Cole in the past. When I was looking at the film, when we are looking at this film and watching it, we are not in the same reality. This is just they are parts of different recordings. But I know your work, like the window incorporated into the curtains, which is quite surprising, and it evokes a lot of emotions in audience. This is something which cannot actually talk about this space. It's a labyrinth. It's a labyrinth made out of curtains printed on the window. Yeah, this is something like that. It can be understood like that. This is the sensual type of work. It's not only photography. It's the old medium of old technology, which is very colorful, which is very vivid, and we can work with it well with installations. And we can go through it with the camera and scan it because the work treats the topic of the restriction, of the limitation. Therefore, I decided to free myself in this video form. The text you heard is not actually, but I think that it's still very beautiful. And the text fits into this festival. Christopher Shane read the text. This is the text of the critic, right? Yes. Maybe you would like to tell the viewers several words about the process of cyanotopy. I actually saw how you light big curtains then you had to take it all off very quickly. You were impatient. It was quite nervous. Yeah, it's an old form of technique. It's an old technique created in 1872 by Sir John Herdruff. You create a negative directly. So if you work like we work now with the curtains, so we need the negative of the same size, which is possible only due to the development of new digital media. In the past, people had to pay for that a lot of money. It was very expensive or impossible. In my repertoire, I have even bigger works, but they were impossible actually to do because they were too big. And thanks to this digital media, we can distribute this negative into the huge transparent foil. They are covered with, the material is covered with some chemicals, and it becomes photosensitive. And when the light goes through the big slide and the light moves through our curtain, then we have white reflections. And if the light cannot go through, it's cyanide. Cyan. Sometimes I organize works in which I used my sometimes people lie on my works or they organize picnic on them. We can work also on different medium of paper. I used paper, but these photograms were visible or became visible thanks to the bending of the piece of paper. But you don't have to use paper. You can use other material and cover the materials with photosensitive chemical. Thank you, Ute, that you were with us today. Have you been watching us online? Of course. I didn't actually know that you can just enter online. But I saw the happening that happened a minute ago, and it was beautiful. Thank you very much for this connection, and maybe we can meet in reality next time. I wish you a pleasant evening. Bye-bye.
An Anja.
Przepraszam za moją nieobecność przez chwilę, ale jeszcze sprawy organizacyjne.
With you for a moment, and I was sure that Michael will just make a great host for you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lecture planned of Zbigniew Tomaszczuk right now. We've connected with him before, so he recorded a lecture for us entitled this Stylistics of Error. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, on my lecture. on the new art festival Labyrinth. I'm really happy and grateful for inviting me here as an author of an exhibition, but at the same time an author that wants to present you with a lecture related to my approach to photography. I will begin this lecture with a presentation of photos that I will comment on later on. So let's take a look at the presentation. As you can see, the lecture was entitled Stylistic of Error. But since my time is limited, well, academic lecture lasts for 90 minutes. Here we are shortening it to a couple minutes only. So I wanted to present you with my views on photography related to the fact of, well, how a certain error, technical imperfection, inspired me to certain photos. In the years 1905-1915, a Russian inventor, Sergei Mikhailovich Prokudin-Gorsky, traveled around the Russian Empire with a camera made on his own idea, or according to his own idea, and he performed 3,000 colorful photos that are catalogued and available in the Library of Congress of the United States of America. The whole process that he used was based on making an image on black and white monochromatic material, color sensitive, and then he took one photo with 3 exposures. So he used a camera that could be performed the picture, but that could be performed by covering part of the focus of the lens. It looks approximately like that. The original structure was not known, so this was this original model. We can assume that it was similar to the one presented here. As you can see, it's created in a way so that the black and white photographic material can be moved during performing the photo, or so that 3 takes can be made through filters that are in front of the light-sensitive material. A classical RGB filter, red, green, blue. So if you take a photo through blue filter, you will see the picture devoid of the color of the filter. So as you can see, the tonality of the image is different from the original, depending on what kind of filter we use. In this way, the author could perform the following image, obtaining 3 black and white pictures, taking 3 black and white pictures taken through the filter, RGB filter. He could then display it on the projector with the same filters, and then he could obtain a colorful picture through RGB color. So using an auditive system, he created a photograph that could be viewed as an image, colorful image. Nowadays, when the pictures were located in the museums, these images were scanned, and we can watch it as a real image. When I viewed this photograph, very interesting which is interesting, of course, in terms of its documentary value. But when I was observed that everywhere where the image was done through these three filters, it was combined in a whole. But when the filters were moved, these images showed a different reality. For example, as this on this image, we see on the water surface certain images stopped the view transpired through one additive, one single filter. Of course, that obtained an image that was, of course, undesirable through the in the images made by the photographer. But on the other hand, give us a very interesting effect presented on the photographic material. So, as you can see, depending on the time between each photos, this transposition, color transposition, was perceived on the water surface, as you will see. And this situation became really inspiring for me, because it lets me, you can see here as well, if you take a closer look, if you magnify the image, and the people were moving, so they are moving in each light-sensitive layer. So it can't be seen so easily, but if you approximate, if you magnify it, then it's visible. It's also visible on the clouds, because the clouds were also moving, of course. So minimally, but still, if you take a closer look, you can see it visible. This led me to the creation of my first works, which were created in the same way as Pudovkin did it. So in front of a black and white camera, I put a red filter, then not moving the camera, I took green and blue filter and took photos. So the technical challenge here was that each of these filters contains a certain amount of light. So you needed to predict how to what is going to be the element, the factor of the lighting. So to create a good effect through the filter. If after a certain time I got interested in the possibilities given by computer imaging or computer software, actually, these works were created in a different way. My work was a lot easier then, because you could just take 3 photos from the same place, of course, and then you could just you could filter these photos in the computer image through RGB channels. This is how the work entitled Time Parallaxes was created, presented on different exhibition. And this title refers to a notion that we have in a camera, with what we see through the pointer is different from what the lens sees, so the optical parallaxes, so-called. And parallelly to this parallaxis, I call it a time parallaxis. And of course, I was interested here in how the photo can be a synthesis of given times related with the order of exposure. Elżbieta Łubowicz, who was one of the commentators of this project, wrote, as you can see, thanks to technically uncomplicated inversion in the process of performing an image, author delimited the time contained in the in 3 photos. Through this transposition, he showed that he can do something seemingly impossible. So to present the time continuum. In time parallaxes, the properties of the photo resulting from its physical and chemical properties under their rational structure start to see a strange depth that can't be encompassed by mind. So what a camera sees is not the same as the photographer as image. So something new occurs, and this surprise, let's say, seemed to me very important. Of course, many works contain other aspects, interpretatory aspects, but I think it's important here is the visual assessment or the visual value of these works, and it's of course was connected with stop art with me, which gave their works also very nice value. And today, images in space are dominating over us, so that was a certain inspiration for me that led to the creation of such work or work cycle. Additional work that seems very important for me in terms of its inspirations is one of the first works performed in the history of photography taken by Daguerre, presented in 1838 in Paris on the for the Paris Academy of Sciences. So what we see here is a strange situation for people who watch this daguerreotype. So this was not registered. Only a human being was presented here who was cleaning shoes. So as you can see here in the magnification, and this person was photographed. So in other words, photography was here as something not only registering an image but also losing certain thing. For example, losing cars that were moving along the street. So we can repeat. In other words, what the observer saw was not confirmed by the camera. So similar thing happens in the time parallaxes. Movement caused by moving this square stopped in given layers of the light-sensitive material, created this history of a square. So you can you can treat it as a certain homage to Milevich's square. Other works treated photography as a reference to futurist vision known from futurist projects, all situations with a certain surprise to our eyes. Some photos to give you a broader spectrum of these works. Of course, these works were changing, just like here. These were images, layers of images, similar to a cubist approach. So trying to be in the same place with the image, with the view from different perspectives. The work I would like to present here was created on commission. So it was Adam Sobota, the carer of the National Museum in Wrocław, created a competition related to the pictorial work called Blue Flask, and on the 100 years anniversary of creating of this work, Adam Sobota organized a great exhibition, and on this exhibition I presented my own work that refers to still nature, but contrary to the pictorial character of Mr. Mikorasz's work, my work pertains to photographic aspects. That is different to other activities, painting, for example, so that is supposed to follow painting or mimic painting in a way. Again, some other photos This picture shows a certain dependence between small movement, imperceptible to human eye, and what image, what camera can record. And then a magnified movement showed this imperfection that you can see to painting called action painting. The Pudovkin's work presented before inspired me also to show the relations between magnification and our reception of magnified image, that through showing a certain fragment can have completely different autonomous meaning. Long before photography was invented, observations in camera obscura were used that had this movable mobile form. Bellotto, famous painter of Stanislav August King, created images of Warsaw using camera obscura. Of course, he drew on paper, but when I stood in the same place where these pictures located, so it was a long block again that was positioned there as an homage to the painter. You can see the same view, but only if we place the same focus in our camera, that we'll see the same angle as Canaletto Bellotto saw. So I decided to take a photo here using my method, and what Canaletto proposed, the image of reality in painting, which is a photographic painting almost, because it was visible from the personal, central perspective. I reversed the situation. In my case, the moving of parallaxes resulted in such painting image that was based on different conceptual context. In my photographs, there is a lot of re-photograph elements. The title of my exhibition pertains to the interpretation of reality through re-photographing. So we can have, for example, such works like Olmarz Nobridge, in which the parts of a painting allowed me to see to my bridge photography, a very important one for the history of photography in general. Reference to what had happened in photography became very important, very inspiring for me. In the times of digital photography, world started being flooded with images. A lot of images being created and presented on the internet caused the situation that the strength of an image became weakened. So using the old photographies seemed a very interesting idea to me, especially if the procedure of using these images was similar or analogous to my previous technical assumptions. So an image that I'm using needs to be composed of 3 subsequent takes. And it turns out that, for example, in 1927, somebody took such pictures, 3 pictures showing different phases of this lady walking along the street. So when I scanned these photos in a way that, using different filters, and then I combined these 3 takes, well, that was the result, basically, where an immovable element was presented as uninterrupted, but then the person was blurred, so the background still, and the person is blurred. That shows the dynamics of the street. So that became very interesting for me in terms of perception of time. So we can say that the past meets with present here, and the present reinterprets the past. This motto became a basis for me for performing other works. They are different because the motives are different, or the transposition is different. So a couple of such works. Here you can see an additional operation. I use the graphical elements so that the colors, so the fact that the machine took, did all the work, but the machine created a kind of a different imagery, a pop art-like context here. Sometimes these works are created in a broader context. For example, this was created during workshops in Helm. When I created my work based on looking for photos taken in the same place, but many years ago. This is the city of Helm. These photos are documentary, as you can see here, these small black and white paintings, photos. And then on the other side contains some information because these were the photos taken on commission. They have a historical value. So then photos made here to the left and right, these are contemporary images that refer to the time parallax strategy, giving photos a different possibility of different variety of documentary photo. In the middle, you will see a documentary photo from the same place showing the difference in documentary approach that can be creative and is creative, and the approach of transposition that transposes this documentary into the area of digital or graphical image that is read very nicely as a photograph. One of the last works created were created as a form of a mistake, a different format of writing it, of recording it. To the left, there is a photograph that was then changed into the digital image, and in this image, letter-based image, I made a simple change. I put Zbigniew Tomaszczuk there. You can see here into the line here on the yellow line that appeared in the second print.
And again, I changed it, this text file into photographic file. You can see it on the right. But of course, my iteration created an error. Error is an important element of my work. And the error as a red line is some called putting virus into the photograph. So another work was created, which was one of the first realizations, photographic realization, heliography of Niepce, who took this photograph, famous photograph, on the material that was very sensitive. This photograph is very mysterious. The time of exposition of this photo took 8 hours, so the image you see has some kind of an element of the shadow coming from the light, from the left, from the right. So we can see here something that otherwise wouldn't be seen by a photographer, because a lot of time has passed since this light entered the lens, and when the lens was closed. So this is the condition, this is the state characteristic for the long exposure. I connected these two elements, so the surprise arising from the fact that it's difficult to consolidate the image with the element associated with the stylistic of error. And I took a photograph. This is the view from my window, performed in April 2020, so it was the time of coronavirus in April. So when I switched this image into mathematical file, I implemented COVID-19 and name, and so I put a virus into the photograph, and here we have an arrow in the photograph on the right. The last photograph should accentuate our contemporary reality. It can be a conclusion, which is a form of a joke associated with some kind of photographic error. My grandchildren are fascinated with Minecraft, and they took, so I created my auto-portrait. Okay, thank you for the meeting. I don't know if you will see the film I prepared. I mean, it's just a moving image, so hopefully it will work and you will be able to see this image. I will try again because there was some problem. I will just open a file for you. Okay, I would like to present work that I made. It's a GIF animation composed of 3 images based on the parallaxes of time. These images were put into the computer, and computer randomly selected the images. But when this parallaxis took place, there is movement. But if there is no parallaxis, there is no movement. So actually, the computer created the work. This is my commentary. So I would like to finish our meeting. I would like to thank you for taking part in our meeting and our discussions, and invite you to the exhibition that is taking place as a part of festival in Słubice Labyrinth.
Halo, czy Zbigniew Tomaszczuk jest z nami?
Is Zbigniew Tomaszczuk tonight with us? He was present just before projection. I thought we will have meeting with him online. We will have connection with him.
Panie Kubo? Ale wyłączył się, tak?
Okay, so we do not have the connection with Mr. Zbigniew Tomaszczuk, so we're just sending him regards. We would like to thank you for your lecture. What I really like was the last photo that put virus into the photo and COVID-19 into the photograph, and evaluated at the same time the photography as the virus devaluated our reality and changed our reality. Oh, we have you with us. Welcome again.
Halo. O, witamy serdecznie jeszcze raz.
We would like to welcome you with us again.
Hello?
O, jest łącze, tak? I my widzimy pana.
We can actually see you, and we can hear you as well.
Halo? My widzimy i słyszymy. Halo? No, widzicie państwo, jak...
Well, as you can see, I'm sorry, I cannot connect with you. I cannot connect.
Halo, bo my słyszymy, my widzimy.
We can hear you and we can see you from here, from Słubice.
Panie Kuba, a czemu my jesteśmy niewidoczni dla pana Zbigniewa? Czy to może być od nas coś?
Is it our fault that we are not visible?
My słyszymy.
We can hear you. I can see you and I can hear you.
Słyszy nas pan?
The stylistic of error. This is it. Well, actually, I can hear you, so hopefully we are connected. Some technical problems. I was laughing that it was just a prolongation of your lecture called Stylistic of Error. So the error devaluated the time and the sound. Yeah, you're right. That's true. I raised the topic of the photograph, of the virus, that putting virus into the photo led to the fact that it was a kind of a reflection of our situation now. So it was a very powerful realization that, yes, true. Do you have any questions to Mr. Zbigniew with reference to his lecture? Do you have any questions or suggestions or comments? Maybe I will sum up that the situation which is happening now, so error in transmission, I think I'm happy that it happened, that it is happening, this error, because it reflects the situation that we are destined to errors in a way, and we are destined to mistakes. Yes, true, we are waiting for another connection. Because we don't have good connection with you, so another error, another mistake. There is also some kind of lagging, but also at the same time I can hear myself because I have some echo of what I'm saying. So it's déjà vu for me. It's a weird situation. But again, I would like, well, to thank you for your willingness to listen to my lecture and watch my works. Maybe we can meet in better times. Thank you very much. We are sending you best regards. Well, ladies and gentlemen, still hot discussions. So we are connecting with another speaker, with another person. Michael, how is it going? Do we have a connection or not? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a problem. Karsten Wittke cannot connect with us, so we will try again. Well, our proposition is that maybe first of all, we will present Michał Kosovel's work because he's actually with us, he's waiting for us. And in the meantime, I will repeat that we were informed that the border of Brandenburg won't be closed. We will be able to cross, we'll be able to walk both ways, so you will be able actually to enjoy the exhibition, both in Frankfurt and Słubice. Artists do not need to have special documents just to cross the borders, because they're artists, so that's why they can cross the border. Brandenburg opened the borders, so it's a great news for us all. It's a great information, very positive one. Unfortunately, we informed everyone that the borders were closed. So, well, it was problematic. But again, we will repeat. Ladies and gentlemen, Słubice and Frankfurt are open for visitors, people who want to enjoy our festival. Micha Kosovel. I can see Michal as a cloud. Is it because of the internet connection or not? Is it something else?
Hello.
Hello, Miha. Welcome to the Labyrinth Festival.
Hello, dobry wieczór. Good afternoon.
Yeah, just a short.
Do you hear me?
Wir hören dich. Do you hear us?
Yes, yes.
Okay, fine, great. Just to inform everybody, the lecture of Carsten Wittke will be a little bit later. We will first now have the lecture by Micha Kosovel. Micha Kosovel is, he can say a few words about himself shortly, but he is running an art space right on the border between Nova Gorica and Gorizia, which is at the border between Slovenia and Italy. So they are in a similar situation like we are here in Swoopford, in Frankfurt, Słubice. And this spring I wanted to have a residency in Slovenia, which did not work out because of Corona. And now Miha wanted to come to join us here and to stay for a month in the Frankfurt Art Association, but also thanks to Corona he could not come and be with us. So anyway, we are very glad to finally have you here. And maybe you introduce yourself a little bit, and then we will be glad to hear your lecture.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Labyrinth Festival. Thank you, Słubice and Frankfurt am Oder for putting me here as a guest. I will make a short presentation about maybe the logic why there is a place there, and what was my aim in the last, now it's already 10 years, when I moved back to my hometown of Nova Gorica to work as I would say as a cultural activist, maybe as a writer also, and I studied philosophy. So I think that the first thing I would like to say is that I think that there is a special energy or special freedom in the border areas. So the areas where the area where are the borders, it's not one state nor the other, but it's something in between, and searching this what is in between is, I think, the most important thing when we are working in the border areas. So I would like to tell a bit of the prehistory of the space, and then I will show you also some photographs about our place Czernavnica. So Nova Gorica and Gorizia are two cities that are border cities, but they were once one city. Before the First World War, there was there was a city that was called Gorica or Gorizia in Italian, Gorica in Slovenian, that was a multilingual and multicultural city that lived Slovenians, lived Italians, lived Friulans, there was a big part of Jews also, and normally there were even some German-speaking people, because this was all part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. After the First World War, the process of denationalization, especially of the Slovene part. The problem was because this territory fell first under the Italian state, that became in the years 1922 a fascist state. So the first thing was about actually destroying the multilinguality of the territory, of the whole territory, but the city of Gorizia was the best exemplary of it. So between 1922, when the fascism in Italy starts, and 1945, when the city was liberated first by the Yugoslavian forces, and then after some time there was normal allied forces of British and Americans who were taking this territory and then put it on half. So on one part of this doubling of the territory came the city of Gorizia, 80% of the city of Gorizia, and on the other part came all the villages around. Because this was such a strong problem, because the nationalities was actually were mixed, and now they were trying to put together city on one place and villages on the other. There was a big dispute about this city. So to finish this dispute, they started to make a new city, what is called a Nova Gorica. So these two cities were actually living one near the other, but without a strong connection between them. So we said they were showing the back at each other. Anyway, even if this was, there was a national, Yugoslavia was a socialist state. There were many disputes from the beginning, from already 50s. So in 48, the city was started to build, and already in the 50s there started a big exchange, especially first on the market. There was a lot of smuggling around, so people from Italy came to our parts to take what was not in Italy, and people from Yugoslavia, Slovenia, from our part went to the other. So this crossing the border, it's written actually inside the logic of the city itself. In the 1975, there is the Osimo agreements, which put actually the border between Yugoslavia and Italy in the state that we know now. So the border was formalized in 1975, and in this period, in this year, or in the bit years later, they put a checkpoint, a border checkpoint, in the middle of the two cities, and this is the checkpoint, the only checkpoint that is in the middle of the two cities, and this is the checkpoint that now we have as a place. And I will now start to show you maybe some pictures, very random, but that you can see, and I will see. I hope you can see the pictures.
Yes, we can see the pictures.
Ah, so great, great. Yeah. How the idea of taking this place started? It has a bit of history also. In the 2004, Slovenia joins the European Union, and in 2008, Slovenia joins the Schengen area. And for this occasion, two artists, two film artists, Anja Medved and Nadia Velušček, started a very interesting project that was called Smuggler's Confessionary. So the idea was that the city was all that the cities always lived as a place for smuggle. So people went to let's say Italians went to Slovenia for taking cigarettes and alcohol. Slovenians went to Italy to take jeans or coffee, but because was not allowed to bring money on the other side, people started to smuggle, and the city became really a smuggle city, because even people from Nova Gorica then took these things, I don't know, to Ljubljana, to other parts of Yugoslavia. It was the easier way to find it. So the idea of the Smuggler's Confessionary was that we take this place that was once border control, where you could you had to check for who decide to meet your family and so on, but not really to buy things. So the idea was to take this place, the place of division and the place of control, to use it as a confessionary for people, that people come and say what they were smuggling all this time, what they were, I don't know, taking bikes or coffee or alcohol or meat and so on. And this project started in 2008, and it went every year from 2008 on. And in the year 2011, when the crisis hit Slovenia very much, the financial crisis, there was an idea to sell all these border controllers, to sell them for storages or something like this. So we started a petition that there is something more of these places than just a place. It's a symbol of division that we can use by way of culture to become a new city, not just a city of meeting, a place of knowing each other, but especially a new center of the two cities. As the two cities are actually back to each other, and they have both their own centers and all this border area is actually degraded area. It's an area that was before that there was police, there was army, and so on. So the idea was how to claim a degraded area, how to claim this middleness, and to transform it in a completely new place. So this is the idea of Serenardica. From 2011, we had a fight with not really with the municipality, because the municipality actually liked the idea, but with the state. And in the 2016, we got the space. And now we have it for 4 years. And in this time, we had a lot of things. We had concerts, as you can see. We had art events. This is a very small place, as you can see, but the idea is that it's not actually just a gallery, not actually just an event place, but it's more like a place where people come to make ideas, and you can see it's a thing that the first thing that you can cross the border, you must see it, but you must see also just I don't know, people who are making the project or so on. This was the here, as you can see, this project was now when the border was getting closed again. So I think what is the center logic of this. It's not just that this is a place of venue, but more a place of reflection of the borders. I want to say something that is very, I think, interesting, and you know, because you live in a territory like this. Almost a third of the population in the European Union lives somehow in a border area. So the place of border, the place of how do you say, problematic communication, of misunderstanding in the language field or in the political field and so on. It's the base of the living of the European Union. Now we are always talking about, when we are talking about European Union, we always talk about national states, and we are talking about capitals of the national state. We are talking about Warsaw, we are talking about Ljubljana, we are talking about Vienna, we are talking about Berlin. But these are just part of the European Union that could exist also in the national state. What is new here in this European level is this new territory that is a border territory. That is actually a territory that was all the time degraded, and it's the territory where the Europe really can become Europe by meeting of the people of different nationalities and to work on a new places on the border area. So what I wanted to say, and I will then wrap it up, is that the idea of Crnarnica is not just the idea of a venue space, but it's the idea of how to systematically approach to make a new center on the peripheral area. So the border area is a peripheral area, and our aim is to make it a central area. And this started as an idea of the Crnarnica, and it was put now in the program of the candidacy for the European Capital of Culture that will be in 2025. And Nova Gorica now with Gorica is a candidate city, and the basic idea is how to actually reinvent a city made of two cities. So how to make a new thing out of two by normally reinventing the border area as a central area, and by making let's say a dialectical approach from 2 to 1 without losing the basic two, and to reinvent a completely new city that is outside of the logic of the national state. It's actually a European city, or would be a European city, but it's not just a European city in this bureaucratic logic of the European Union. It's the invention of the Europe itself. So how to make a prototype of the European city that the Europe can see it and it find it as its own. So by way of inventing the European city is a way of inventing the European Union as something, how do you say, as something substantial, as something that people can feel it as its own. I will stop it here, and for every question, I'm glad to answer you. Dziękuję bardzo. Dankeschön.
Yeah, thank you very much, Miha. You have got headphones now, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, because the technicians just said that we cannot talk if we do not have if you do not have headphones. Yeah, for me, this of course sounds very similar to Swoopford. It is behind the same question and the same idea to inverse the idea of periphery and center, and also to create a new space which is beyond the idea of national state. Sounds very similar, and I think we need to cooperate in the future. We need to create something together. Just a question: what does mean the word Karinarika?
Actually, Tsarinarnica. It was the old name of the place. It means actually the border control, or especially the duty control. You know, why we chose this name? So the name that was called before and not made a new one was a big debate around it, and it was something. It went something like this: that firstly, the place, the media started to call the place by this name, and secondly, so it was people used this name, but more important was something that I think it's the core idea of the projects that we have here. It is the cleaning of the memory. So our idea is to take things that already exist but have another meaning. So border, duty control, border patrol, checkpoint, and so on are names that sparks in people negative feeling. So they think like, oh shit, here is the policeman, here will be these problems, and so on. So we just take everything and we just try to reinvent it, or put a new meaning, not new meaning, yes, new meaning and new programs inside to clean the memory. So people will still have the memory of what was there, what was then, and we want to leave the memory that there is something like borders in Europe, but we want to go further so that people, when they will think about Tsarinarnica, they will think it about culture, they will think it about programs, they will be thinking about meeting people, not dividing people, and so on. So this is kind of an idea. So to have a heritage of the 20th century there, reflecting it, but then start a new meaning, new programs, and clean it.
Miha, thank you very much so far. I really would like to continue this discussion, but the problem is that we are yet too late, and we need to continue. Thank you very much for joining us. Anybody can find Miha's work on the Frankfurt side in the Gallery B, where he was meant to have a residency. And hopefully we will continue our relationship with an exchange program, yeah? Have a nice evening.
I really, yes. Dobranoc, good Abend.
Bye-bye. Okay. Jetzt als nächsten Gast, sozusagen umgekehrt herum, würde ich gerne Carsten Wittke bitten, der wohl auch schon im Kanal
invite
ist.
Carsten Wittke. Hopefully he's now waiting for us. He's connected. Or not. We will see if we have the connection. Hello. I'm sorry that you had to wait for so long. We are a bit late, but we needed to reorganize the agenda, and this is what happens. Don't worry about it. Okay, so now I will let you speak and present your lecture, but please tell me if you want to share your screen with us. Okay, so first of all, look at the picture behind. Do we have sound? Can you hear us? Yes, yes, we can hopefully hear you. Well, everything is on. I don't know what's the problem. We're almost in Mongolia. I would like to welcome everyone again. I hope you can hear me and you can see my screen. You can see the picture I'm showing. Yes, we can hear you, we can see everything. So I would like to thank you for the possibility of presenting to you a short lecture. After today's show presentation, I have now the ability to present the lecture, Mongolian. This is the title of the project. It's, I think, like your favorite theme, fictional topic, fictional title. You, Michael, also like to construct the reality, so I decided to create this world and give it a meaning, give the meaning to the works that show my experiences in Mongolia. These realizations are mostly paintings. My name is Carsten Wittke. I live in Bar in Brandenburg, but our city from 2011 has been twinned with the city from northern Mongolia, with Mun in Mongolia. I am responsible for this municipal cooperation between these twin cities. This cooperation is financed by the Ministry for Communal Development. I was preparing different motions. I was employed as a coordinator responsible for the development of the municipalities. Our aim is to realize the different projects we want to realize different aims of sustainability. On the other hand, I work as an artist, and I have the possibility to be in this unusual situation because I have visited Mongolia many, many times. Unfortunately, I cannot do it this year. I couldn't visit Mongolia this year due to Corona, but my previous visits in this country, well, due to these visits and the ability to look at this beautiful landscape of Mongolia, I realized myself as a painter, as an artist. Here is the photograph. The landing in Ulaanbaatar, visible from the plane. Quite a famous name. This is the name, Red Hero, Soviet name, Ulaanbaatar. Okay, let's move on from the photography to the real photograph, to the real place. This is Ulaanbaatar. This is the modern capital from 1920 of Mongolia, a planned city. What you can see now in the valley is the cultural center, very old cultural center. It's Karakorum in the background, old center of Mongolia, as opposed to this new capital of Mongolia. As you can see in the background, the city which developed on the natural plan of rhomboid. So the plan of rhomboid, you can see bones, remnants, religious decorations. This is like a thread that will be our leitmotif of this lecture. This culture has a lot of rituals. It's like crosses in Bavaria. It's not like crosses in Bavaria, but there's more spontaneous, like conversations with different spirits. We can ask spirits about some things we want from them. These artifacts are treated as antennas to have some kind of connection with spiritual life. Here we can see remnants from this from the tribes that are now in China, molested, treated badly. I was moved by this land. I was moved by this place. I also created, or I found, archetypic situations that represent this setting. Very strong, vivid colors, like on these special scarves for religious scarves. Very structural, very slow colors. And another famous place. It's built like a pyramid from branches, from wood. They put these wastelands on the higher point. This place is actually next to the border with Russia. This is the Baikal. This is the biggest lake in Mongolia, visible in the background. This is the region as big as Germany. 3 million inhabitants live there in Mongolia. The structure of the landscape is beautifully represented in this horizontal line. This is always the leitmotif of the paintings. I was made to paint in a way simple painting simple works and find visual parts of it. I go to Mongolia in different seasons. I can admire dawns and dusks. This is another reason to construct my paintings, because it's not just the reflection of reality, it's my interpretation of reality. Let's move to famous icon, nomad. These are not yurts, because yurts are Turkish. In Mongolia, they give them different name. What is fascinating is that these buildings are very mobile. They are actually they are more rare and rare. They're not so popular because nomads are disappearing from Mongolian landscape. This architecture in Mongolia is very eco-friendly. It's simple, built out of natural materials, so we can always take it, disassemble it, and construct in a new place. Thanks to the reference to the sky and to directions of the different, to north, south, east, and west, there is also a special hole in the roof. This is very sustainable. The whole construction is very sustainable. And this is my representation of reality, my interpretation of reality. Again, this wasteland structure, another pyramid with the litter that began to rot. What is terrifying is not to see here dead animals, but actually you can smell their blood. Gods are to eat the blood and flesh of dead animals. It's not very clean. It's not very polite. It's Mongolians come from different parts of the country to speak to gods. There are many spirits, there are many gods, but Buddhism is there and other religions mixed there, so it's fascinating to experience such spiritual land. But it's, on the other hand, it's not naive, it's not stupid in its spirituality. And again, my interpretation of the reality. Very special place in the picture, shaped by different elements. It's this special healing spring against hepatitis. So people with hepatitis come here to treat their hepatitis. This is very popular in Mongolia, such springs. For example, people go to different springs to treat eye diseases or different diseases. Actually, water is not sold. People just take water for free from such ponds, from such springs. They even take this water in buckets. The water is tasty and sweet and very clean. And this is my interpretation of this land. I formulated signs in this painting, which is fascinating. It's very minimalistic, almost empty in expression. Again, a volcanic region, another wasteland. So the structure, people are walking around the structure 3 times. Then they throw the stone, and this is a kind of a mantra. This is a support for the memory. It's a ritual. They do it all the time the same way, going clockwise 3 times. So this is a reminder for people that there is a connection with cosmology, with spirit. So it's like almost like a sign with the direction. Like here we perform spiritual activities. And this is the interpretation of the sky, or this relation of a human being with the sky. And now summer, and one of the favorite attractions of Mongolian tribes. So race. We can see mountains in the background. Horse race is organized on different routes from 10 to 15 kilometers long. A lot of children, but it's actually very family event. A lot of food, a lot of drink. A lot of families gather there to enjoy the race. But it wasn't just that it was a special event or holiday that these people are open and happy. This is just who they are. This is their culture. They are open and they like other people and they love gather together and meet together. Actually, this is the painting you saw before. This is something you know well in Frankfurt, rivers. So rivers which are not like waterways like in Poland or Germany, but rivers that are wild, that change the landscape, that are impressive. They are not civilized. They are not formulated by people. And this is the Muru from the city. In Mongolian painting, but also this is based on German painting schools, very codified way of painting. We can see the river, 4 saint mountains, holy mountains, Geruf, Gersuf district in the middle. And it was just the introduction, what we are going to see in a second. Let's move on to something I will talk about in the context of reformulation. Reformulation of space. We have 17, on the left we have 17 different labels, 17 aims of sustainable development as part of, realized as part of my activity as a representative for development of the city. You can watch them closely later. They act as a part of agenda. We talked before about the borders and Europe. This was the topic of borders was changed into 17 targets. These targets are just to provide fair and sustainable living, that we can live longer. As part of these 17 aims, we have the basics of my activity. Well, the environmental protection is only one topic. Since 2017, we have been realizing other activities, other topics. The project was about building natural houses, houses made of wood. So I would like to show you we worked with local material, with local technician, with local construction workers. So in a way, this is possible to realize different constructions which can be great support in their economic development. So here you can see photographs from putting the foundation of this building. Representatives of two municipalities, both from Germany and from Mongolia. Of course, everything was, the meeting due to coronavirus was later on moved to online. In Mongolia, also, what we're trying to do is to build gardens so that citizens are take care of their own. They are self-sufficient. And another thing, it's about organizing the space. What is being done, we as an artist, we paint or we make our works, but at the same time we implement other projects associated with protecting the environment, so we combine these two aspects. As an artist, I was there with my team, and I was working with wonderful elements of reality. I was working with lights. Hopefully, in the future, it can give us some added value, so we would be able to think not in a nationalistic way, but more globally, that we can be more open, broad-minded. And another waistline with heads of dead animals. Again, thank you for the wonderful organization of the festival, and this is it. This was my short lecture. Thank you.
So today we've experienced how art and their artists and their art is one. We can't just, be in our ivory towers, but we need to perceive our art as part of the society. Our borders are, open right now. It's easy to cross them, and I think we should do it more often. I think it's a great introduction. It's a great, part of our conference here. Let me move on to Ania, because she will present her part with, she will present the new book of Jerzy Olek right now. So, a huge delay that we apologize for. We know that we're starting to be tired, especially after a whole day of debating here. So, Jerzy Olek and his most recent book. I have one copy. It's entitled not only a photo, and not only on photography. And the book was created has been created for the last 40 years, in the 70s. I don't want to say that I'm almost equal in age to this book, but I think it seems like it is right now, like that. So Professor Olek has conducted different discussions with different people, artists, intellectuals, and extremely important and interesting conversations, I would say. Of course, a lot of adventures was related in connection with this book, and I envy Jerzy having the opportunity of such conversations. I know some of the anecdotes, some of the stories taken from or related to these books. But I think its author will tell us, well, it will give us the best rendition of it. So, can you hear me? I can, tell you a couple of things. I will be short. I won't show you any photographs. I'll just show some examples of strange reactions to photography. I think the topic that we've had a couple of years ago on Labyrinth is excess of abundance. There is an echo here. It's difficult to focus here, probably. Can we do something about it? So I'll I'll do it as kind of a joke, but
raz, dwa, trzy. Dobrze.
That should be better.
Halo?
So we all experience abundance, excess. We don't have only one virus that became popular, but excess words, excess selfies are, also not necessary. I once postulated giving people a fine for taking selfie. Pokuta is a Czech word for fine, so probably right now I will not be liked by so many people, because if people travel a lot and I invite my friend for a meeting for a coffee to talk, he wants to tell me about his trip to Nepal, and then he tells me I will show you my photos, and then I say I won't do that. I don't want to see the photos. Why? Well, because I care of my eyes. I want to. So I would say that the excess of image is flooding us. Too much image. But let me show you about one more experience of mine. I really like Prague. I visited it numerous times, and probably the Charles Bridge in full season. You know how many people is there then, how many mobile phones, cameras is there. Once I got a task, and the challenge was to go through the bridge without being on at least one of the photos taken by somebody else. So I'm not sure if I managed to complete this achievement. I have had a lot of talks with different people, and the most interesting ideas, very critical individual ideas, very often come not from photographers. I think it's best to talk about photography with not photographers, because they have very often very interesting thoughts, very provocative thoughts. Before I talk about the book briefly, in terms of people's attitude to photography, I was in close contact with Tadeusz Różewicz. I was quite close to him in general. We traveled together and so on. He hated being photographed. Krzysztof Gierałdowski, star #1 of photographing Polish intellectuals, politicians and so on, asked Różewicz many times to take photo of him. And Gierałdowski, I've known since since being a student, asked me to get in Różewicz's good favors for me. I don't like it, but then I agreed, so I convinced Różewicz. I took I took this advice, but then Różewicz said that I don't want to see any of my photos on any exhibitions or anything like that. Różewicz once called me and he said, well, I got a phone call, and I got a phone call from a young photographer from Krakow, and why do you know she's young? Well, she told me so, that she's a young photographer, and she asked me if she can come to Wrocław and take a couple of photos to me. Of course, he would disagree, but still, I asked her, what is her specialty? She said still nature, and I disagreed. So what are the thoughts, what are the conclusions? The part of the book I want to tell you about a bit is the oldest one. As Ania said, these materials come from 40 years of interviews. What was printed is a fragment on what I have on my tapes. It was all recorded, open discussions, very fascinating ones, probably very often too broad to publish them all. But the first chapter, it comes from the 70s and talks with philosophers, theorists, filmmakers, journalists, and so on. People who, well, were distinguished in, like Urszula Czartoryska. And let me tell you about my interesting conclusions. Let me tell you about two examples. Krzysztof Konkolewski, in my opinion, the great classic, cooperating with Kapuściński, and he was sent to the United States to write about the Manson's group that murdered Polański's wife. So he has never visited the USA, and we started talking, and he told me, well, I found myself in the center of New York. I looked around, and then I thought to myself, I know it all, I've seen it all. Photography made it so, because he has never visited the city. Another conversation, Henryk Tomaszewski. There were two of them. One was the guy who created a Polish school of poster. The other one with the great school of pantomime, team pantomime. So when the pantomime starts for him, it was very interesting. Before that, he was in ballet, performing in Paris. In the book, in bookstore, he encountered the album of Maybridge's chronophotography. So he thought that these breaks that are in between the movement can be simulated by still movement, and this is how Tomaszewski's pantomime was born. I think that's interesting, because not a lot of people know how photography can be used. Other conclusions a bit later. I got not only to Polish but also foreign creators. The book contains 40 chapters about this many authors. So let me give you a couple examples from the last part. Roman Polański, who is considered a celebrity in art, in filmmaking. So I organized an exhibition for him in the 1970s. He was not known really then. I'm trying to give you facts, not too much details, but facts. So he won an artistic Nobel by the Japanese Caesar. So that is awarded in terms of sculpture, painting, film, and so on. So Wajda and Penderecki became other laureates of this. So Wajda, for example, bought the manga center, sponsored manga center in Krakow, and Polański got this Nobel in sculpture, and a lot of people consider it very important to the understanding of the notion of photography, the language of photography, and what can it express with this language that can never be given in other words. So he created an exhibition called The Chronicle of Accidents in 1979. He doesn't have photo camera. He's never done it professionally, but some of his photos, well, that he took are considered very important ones. So he cut out the photos of serial killers and their victims from some newspapers. So he read when entering the museum. He showed these pictures to people and said who's the victim, who's the killer, without any context, because photography is poor in language. There are two sayings about the character of the language of photography. Both are false. One says that one photograph can say more than 1,000 of words. Well, this is true if you can describe photography that is rich in details, so that some person who is who sees that can understand it. And the second sentence is that no photography can fulfill the criterion of information. So the full information should answer the question who, how, when, why, and where. If that doesn't answer, you just take it into the trash. And the same goes for photography. So you don't consider it. Photography without a description is poor in terms of information, and it's useless even. Another example, how can you get inspired by finding out your own solution, not knowing that others did it for you before? I talked with Klaus Kammerich, that was a professor, and got famous with certain implementations, photos, portraits, Mona Lisa, Beethoven's head, and so on. If you looked at these sculptures, 3D, from one point of view, and everything seemed flat, showing 3D. But from profile, it looked like a number of elements cut out, just like fragments are seen and taken. He wanted the audience, members of the audience, to see clearly these portions that are clear, and then the other ones he hid deeply. It reminds me of Isohelis, the physical map with green, blue, brown fields, and each field meant scope of height. Famous geographer from Lviv invented that, who printed these physical maps. His son, Hamish, professor of the University of Technology in Wrocław, invented a photo method of creating such images on different heights, but in monochromatic vision. He called it Isohelis. So it was done in the 30s in Lviv. And using optical method, he divided the full-scale image to the different stadiums. And the Klaus Kammerich, the sculptor, did it physically in 3D. He has never heard about Isohelis. And it's an interesting example how inventions are done parallelly sometimes, and that you can't consider something new that you have to say, or with a new perception, as really new. If I spoke too quickly or too much, I apologize. Thank you very much.
Dziękujemy bardzo.
Yes, we would like to thank you. The book is available online. Unfortunately, you cannot take the autograph due to the situation of COVID, but please read the book, and thank you, Mr. Professor, for your presentation. We would like to ask Marianna
Moment, jest z nami, więc się tutaj zaraz załączy. Ja postarałam się, żeby zabezpieczyć kawę dla Państwa i ciastka, żeby zdobyć jeszcze troszeczkę energii.
So that you have still more energy to stay with us. It's a long day.
Marianna Michałowska Tablot na... Talbot na Instagramie. Tablet na Instagramie. Drodzy Państwo, Marianna Michałowska, znamy się trochę, powiem szczerze, że jak stawiałam pierwsze kroki w Galerii Okno, to była ta osoba, którą zaprosiłam na prowadzenie cyklu warsztatów tutaj dla młodzieży, dla mieszkańców Słubic i Frankfurtu nad Odrą. Jesteśmy gotowi, tak? Doktor habilitowany Marianna Michałowska.
Dziękuję bardzo. Aniu, profesorze.
Mr. Professor, thank you very much. Anu, thank you for invitation. Yes, from time to time I come to Słubice and I'm observing what's going on here. And first of all, I would like to tell some nice things about Art Gallery Okno. Art Gallery Okno is one of the rare centers in Poland that takes care about workshop, about education in terms of photography. This art gallery does it well, and whenever I can, I praise you. I think this is a great tradition and this great job you do in art gallery. Today I'm going to tell you about the photographs, about the flooding of paintings and photographs and images. I'm thinking actually if we all need such images, because paintings, we are flooded, bombarded with paintings, but maybe we don't need to watch and to see everything. Maybe we can only watch these that are important. I'm going to tell you something about history, but also something from the contemporary examples. Okay, let's start from history to tell you about this famous letter from 1833. This is a honeymoon of William Henry Talbot to Como Lake. He used camera lucida tool used to make pictures, let's say making pictures. This is the fragment of the letter he wrote. And in this letter we can read how charming it would be if it was possible to cause these natural images to imprint themselves durably and remain fixed upon the paper. This is the quote that is revoked many times in the history of photography, interpreted in many different ways. But let's think, why did he want to make such pictures? I think he wanted to have instant world, instant imprint. He didn't want to create work of arts. I don't think he wanted to do it, but I will tell you and I will show you that what was here named as a desire to imprint images on paper, and many years ago, Jeffrey Bachin called a desire of photography to it remained unchanged. And today, when we with our cameras in smartphones, when we fix the images, we want to do the same thing as Talbot. It's not true that photography is art. Photography is a tool, social tool, a tool of communication, most of all. And here, of course, I'm stirring in the pot. I shouldn't maybe say this in such a place and with such people, but when we criticize the use of photography, in essence, maybe we could be tempted to we can be tempted to actually take this magic that is behind photography. My questions here are provocative. It was my purpose, actually, to be provocative. Would Talbot be using Instagram or other social media just to share photos he saw by the Lake Como? Would he share I'm sorry for this terrible word, but this word is very frequently used by young people and understood by them. So would he share these photos with other people again? And the desire for photography, has it changed since 1833? So as a result, this short hypothesis I would like to leave you with, well, would it be to recognize if photography matters as never before? Of course, this is the travestation of the very famous title of the book by Fried. This is just treated as the art, in the title of the book by Fried. It's, of course, in brackets as art. But why photography matters as never before? Let's leave it without the art, but I will try to answer that later. Photography has always had one aim: to capture the moment, to catch what is amazing, what is unusual. Two photographs from famous historical images. On one hand, we have Lumiere brothers. We associate them more with the cinema than with the photos. But remember, they were producers of photographic materials. They were fascinated with movement. On the right, Jacques-Henri Lartigue, genius, prodigy. He was fascinated with different photographic effects, and he was fascinated with documented families. His family. Different jumps we can find today on Instagram, but believe me, Instagram love the same effect as we can see here in the photographs. People for just photographing, or even amateurs and professionals, they were all fascinated by jumping up. Another example, catching textures, the effect of the camera. Thanks to the microscopic photography, we can get wonderful focus. We have known this for many years. So I'm not going to show you Instagram accounts because I would have an abundant amount of photographs, and it would be impossible to choose. But as we already mentioned, we are flooded with photographies. So these images are still in our subconsciousness. But again, the same images, but documented with the use of different tools. And maybe there's a different consciousness of using such effects as before. We have another example, everyday city. So again, today we have a lot of different Instagram accounts that present city life and that refer to street art, tradition, or to document. Here we have two examples, only two, of what we call the fragment of the history of photography. But of course, in the history of photography, that is vernacular, that is everyday, we have many photographs. Even if we are only a bit lucky and if we have good eye, many of them. Another example, forms and constructions. This is what can be found on different accounts. What is a great tradition of modern photography. Does it mean that contemporary users of Facebook or Instagram know Bernice Abbott? Do they know their famous work presenting the constructions, wonderful constructions? I don't think so. But subconsciously they have imprinted that this is how you should present architecture, that this formal tradition is to be remembered, and the camera itself even gives us such ideas, even if it's not the professional camera, but only your smartphone. Still, you do, and you take the same photographs. The same happens with the newest fashion, so drone photography, photographies taken from drones. So to imprint the world from above, from the bird view, from the God's perspective. It's from the history. Two photographs. On your left, of course, we all know that these photographs were taken from the balloons, but do we know that pigeons were also used to take such photos? The body of the pigeon, the pigeon, of course, was returning to the owner. The special small camera was installed on the bird, and the camera was taking the photographs. Of course, the pigeon wasn't taking the photo, but such experiments to get drone photographs were present in the past. So the use of this ways of photographing shows us that the desire to capture the moment from the above is not new. Nothing new, right? And one more topic that I found, thinking what is being photographed and what of course, there are many more topics. There are many more topics and themes, but Anya asked me to be short, and I only have 20 minutes. So delight, showing delight by form, color, and on your left you can see the work by a wonderful Daisuke Yakota, who used a lot of texture, but again, Polish tradition, we have in Polish tradition similar techniques, but on the other hand, delight with abstractions, one of Instagram account on the right. So it's not about motives. Motives are not original. Maybe the ability to present them, but maybe the accident that I just found similar photographs, not others. Maybe it was just an accident. So let's ask ourselves a question. Why do we need photography? What is the aim of photography today? And I would like to refer to two contemporary visual researchers. They're 40 years old, about 40, so they're quite young. And they write clearly that, in essence, today what's the most important for photographers, maybe not professional photographers, but for people who take photos, is to document banalities of life, everyday life, to be creative and to document everything that surrounds us. So this photography is taken with our smartphones, sometimes treated as just some kind of a toy, something to play, is something we can experience. It shows well the history of photography in the times of lockdown, because people were sharing everything just to survive. They were sharing it with others, and all our considerations about the importance of art, importance of photography, sometimes are less important than this everyday, ordinary desire and need to share image with others. Just not to talk about matters, but to think what is essential in our life. And let's go back to Talbot to conclude, and to the question of what he was photographing, because he didn't really think. Of course, he was doing it according to the norm and to form, and he used special technicalities. He didn't think what was remarkable. He was taking photographs of what was in front of his camera, using the possibilities and and tools he had. Maybe now these scenes seem funny. they're now banal. They're nothing special. So maybe you are wrong, and history of photography should be rewritten, showing that what is essential, the most important in the history of photography, is not the experiment, or not the experiments, but the banal everyday life and everyday situations. Thank you very much. So I would like now to give the floor to other speakers.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not sure you're surprised. I know that you're probably not surprised that Marianna was one of the first invited speakers. So it was beautifully substantive and in time. So I'm really happy. We were really happy to have you here. Michael will join us in a moment, and he will join us with one but last point of our today's program. Anne, are you here with us?
Sense in Nonsense. Raumumordnung. Ja, ich übergebe gleich das Wort an Anne Peschken, eine der Raumumordner.
In a moment I will give the floor to Anne Peschke, one of the members of the Raumordnung Association.
Die Texte alle im Katalog ins Englische übersetzt. Das war sehr viel harte Arbeit.
Yes, so Anne, for example, translated all the texts into English from the catalog. Hard work.
Hello, everybody in the audience and to those listening online. Hallo, alle hier im Saal.
Działa?
Działa.
Okay. Ale już nie powtórzam, okay? Ja, nazywam się Anne Peschken. Ich heiße Anne Peschken. My name is Anne Peschken, and I'm here to tell you something about this displacement network. Dziś mam Państwu opowiadać coś o sieci do przeporządkowania przestrzeni. Ich werde Ihnen heute etwas vom Netzwerk Raumumordnung erzählen. Raumordnung? Was ist das? Przeporządkowanie przestrzeni? Co to może być? Displacement? What's that supposed to be? Well, we're in the middle of it already. Just look at the graph over there. Patrząc na ten rysunek, znajdujemy się w pewnym sensie już w środku tego przeporządkowania. Also wenn wir uns diese Zeichnung da hinten ansehen, dann sind wir eigentlich schon mittendrin in der Raumumordnung. Und in den Übersetzungskabinen hoffe ich, dass ich auch zu viel Raumumordnung beigetragen habe und zu etwas Verwirrung. Aber im Ernst, beim Netzwerk Raumumordnung, kurz auch RUO genannt, geht es nicht wirklich darum, Verwirrung zu stiften. Der Name nimmt Bezug auf das aus der Ordnungspolitik, aus der Ordnungspolitik stammenden Begriff der Raumordnung.
SNR isn't really about creating confusion. The name refers to the concept of spatial planning, which is derived from regulatory policy and mainly refers to the rather boring issues, regulatory and licensing. Concept of appropriate administrative units, for example, in building planning processes, what is allowed where, what can be built, where the land is divided, where can people live, and so on. And when we think about how things are divided, country versus city, culture versus nature, density versus vastness, emptiness versus abundance, and how do we talk about these categories and instead instruct them to act in art, but also in political decision-making processes, individual municipalities. In a sense, that is what we mean when we defined in the order of the space. And a guest is a maze who is, surprised by that. These are, of course, artistic strategies, but these is what defines the members of our network. They are not only strategies of artistic practice, but also strategies of the world in life. This means that all the initiatives of artists united in our network consciously entered the landscape, moved their center of life from the city to the countryside, from the center to the periphery. I also one of these, encounter one of these peripheries, Słubice and Frankfurt, if you take a look at from the perspective of Warsaw or Berlin. I'm not going to give you our mission statement here. Well, it's all about to take into account things as a structure of reality and to develop these in the countryside. If you feel that this is directed at them, well, then don't be ashamed. It's worth joining in. It's worth, we all look interesting initiatives. As an informal network, we don't want to have, these great statements. If you, well, we can all participate. Just apply. We just need to broaden our website. We also speak English and Polish. So you take, well, if you take part in our network, you will also get a diode on our map. I think that moving away from the metropolis, it makes sense. And from a historical and sociological point of view, the emergence of a reorganization of peace is obviously linked to two events in Germany: the depopulation of peripheries and rural areas, especially in the GDR after reunification, as an opportunity to earn and work in Germany. Especially that people felt forced to move. The land became so precarious that large part of the population emigrated, which, as we know today, brought not only vacant real estate with it, but also vacant housing and open spaces that unfortunately were too often occupied by right-wing groups, extreme right-wing groups. Opposition to this trend is also a room management problem. But the downside of this development, or perhaps the consequence of it, are the huge increases in rents, in real estate prices in metropolitan areas, which visual artists suffer from in the first place. Some of us left to the countryside in the mid-1990s, and since then we have seen a fourth wave of urban refugees and expansion beyond the 100-kilometer zone around Berlin. However, what distinguishes our people from normal urban refugees is the fact that they not only benefit from their place of residence and or work, i.e. relocating their studio to the periphery, but rather starting here, starting there, in the wastelands, in the countryside, to develop projects involving the population, dealing with local structures, which may at first be just a kind of expedition and exploration of this newly experienced space. In any case, these projects are so diverse and inventive that they always target the audience, no matter how small they are, and at the same time inward in terms of integration and inclusion. This is not an isolated art studio in beautiful nature, but much, much more. I'm not going to introduce different projects or their creators. If you're interested, you can watch approximately 4-minute short films at the Labyrinth Festival at Brückenplatz 20, which I made in the summer of 2017. With my Belarusian assistant Weronika Kackiewicz, and in which I am trying to make this choice among 20 initiatives for a deeper understanding of these videos, and perhaps also as an explanation of the meaning and purpose of the network and its activities. I give the following explanation. At that time, my idea was to ask all initiatives with the same 10 questions and in different answers to lay the foundations for the discussion and organization of the third conference organized by the network called the Creative Province in Bitterfeld in autumn 2017. And the questions were as follows. I'm not going to maybe read all these 10 questions, but the most important is what art makes sense in the countryside? Is life in the periphery more real than in the big city on the virtual world? Can socially engaged art overcome indifference or passivity, and can it take responsibility for the effects it produces? And I think this is also important. Are you pursuing artistic projects in the country against your own boredom to entertain others and or maybe create integration and community? Is periphery a good material? Is countryside a good material? Or is it helping? The list of questions that was sent then to all participants reach quite rich, I think, and was quite profound, and each initiative has found its own remarkable answer. Of course, a selection of these questions, probably. It became clear in the films how great variety, creativity and artistic power lie in these often idealistic and hopelessly exploiting initiatives. And here we come to the benefits of the network. Many initiatives act like lone fighters in an environment when cultural offerings are perceived as scarce and perhaps even unnecessary. The current paradigms of funding mechanisms still take into account the number of visitors or participants and so on as one of the main evaluation factors, which just doesn't make sense in the country. the distance to be traveled in them mean that no stream of visitors can be expected. The funding criteria often require a clear categorization. But why shouldn't the Ministry of Agriculture be demanding cultural countryside products? Why can't interests pay fees for small projects in EU funding for Pro Viadrina? The problem also applies, to Labyrinth, I think. So these are practical problems faced by individual projects and for which it is important to be heard, and especially outside the countryside. At the very successful conference in Bitterfield, 20 films were placed on tablets on a huge table, and although I only thought of them, well, it's not that slide, but I think we can move on. And although I only thought of them as stimulating during, coffee breaks, they develop into magnets with which conference participants moved from one place to another, like on the expedition to Jerusalem, because somehow practitioners on the site use them differently in the designs in all their variations, and difference shows to many similarities for inspiration, comparison, or imitation. And here is, how various experts and consultants at the conference gave us a recommendation for action. And there were so many similarities that it was astonishing. So what was the conclusion? First of all, create visualization and visibility. For us, between us, with us. We are many, even when we are dispersed. We have a lot to offer and we want to be heard and seen. In this sense, see movies at Brückenplatz. Get inspired. Let's be together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The films are in German, but we prepared the motions, and hopefully we will be able soon to listen to them in different languages. They will be translated. Hopefully we will have also Polish associations that will take part in these initiatives. They take place on the square next to the bridge, so if we can cross the bridge, we should do it. We should cross the border and go to Frankfurt. Let's ask our last speaker, Professor Doris Tice. Have you retired? Yes, Professor retired, but she doesn't act as she's on retirement because she still works and she's still very active. Border crossing and interface, working with art therapy project. This is the title of the presentation. I met Doris when I was visited her husband, Thomas Hellinger, and I was fascinated what she wanted to convey, what she wanted to present. Hopefully, you will always be fascinated. You will always be fascinated, even though it's very late. So, Doris, floor is yours. Thank you very much. Thank you that you are still here with us, that you may survive. And I can tell you about the short part of our stories and of our project. It's more about therapy with art and of also junction with other projects. So it's not only about art. But if we talk about artistic projects, they are associated more with therapy and pedagogy. It's about therapy not for patients, but also therapy with patients. So I will tell more about material aspects of art. This is the beginning, and the painting. It's about how we understand art. This is very important for understanding, receiving art. Artists, when you begin painting, the conversation starts between the person who was there and who was imagined to be there. So this art is a membrane between us and the world. There was even this special plate which says that infinite space is unlimited. Limited space is unlimited. It opens the space for unlimited imagination, being this is timeless. So when we move on to particular moments, we can see that they are therapeutic. Many scientists, neurologists will say that we can experience only 3 seconds, but actually our reality is much longer than the abstract moment that happens here and now. The moment which transforms into abstraction, implicated time is the time in which we are now, and explicit time is the time in which we give something away, which we receive. Implicated time comes from us, explicated time comes from outside. This is what we are dealing with. And we are ourselves in this implicit time. Let's move on to the picture here. This is the This is the topic of this painting. We enter the painting, and then we leave the painting in the artistic way and in the therapeutic way. To be in the painting, we need to treat it as something that is outside us. So we see, we experience our alter ego. We are in contrast to our ego. So it's about empathy to ourselves, but to limit ourselves from what was created by us. That is something different than we are. This is something new we need to face. This is the sense of this therapeutic work. So this is a type of exercise of getting used to something and to setting the boundaries. The example of autotherapeutic art, a project that work well, is the work by Margaret Schell, who in the 60s had a lot of projects in Brandenburg. She had over 60 men in her class. She allowed them to learn art, and she gave them the self-confidence. And let's move on to intercultural project. So we are talking about cross-border here. So here are the paintings that we can see, but we don't understand them as a language. We don't know. We used this language, a sign language of different signs, pictograms. And this is the pictogram of cutlery. This is the benefit of the therapy. This is what we used with work with the patient. We also use self-portraiting. We met in Dresden, in Korea as well. These are the projects that were made by universities. So this is something we need to every time start again because of money, because of funding. We need to open new submissions. We were observing ourselves. We could observe ourselves, and we were making paintings. Of course, there were translation. There was translation provided. Everything was translated. At the beginning, the European faces seemed to be strange, exotic, weird, because all German women were blonde, and girls from Korea were, of course, different color of hair. And yellow color in Korea is regarded as lucky. So German women thought that Korean girls painted them in dark atmosphere. So German women painted Korean girls with more details. So they interpreted themselves in totally different way. Another experiences we gathered here in Dresden. Grzegorz Malczewski. Hopefully these two artists are here with us, or at least they are listening to us. So these people are aiming, striving for new projects that took place in 2010, 2013. Participant of this workshop, psychotherapists from Germany, from Poland, they all worked together. In Rybnik, in the psychiatric hospital, we used such methods, batik technique, and we presented the therapeutic recipe. We also worked with portraits. So we had a lot of artistic inspiration, and art helps us to understand ourselves. And when we face ourselves in art, then we can treat it as a therapeutic process. Participants chose painting. They ordered them accordingly, and at the end we watched them. Then we went to this special senior house in Rybnik. We worked with collage with the elder people, and what we shaped. We were working with wool. It was similar to hair, or silk was similar to skin. So it was very, very similar to what we have in our bodies. Working with such collages helped us to learn about ourselves. And these works were great presents for relatives of our participants. Then we went to the special school in Rybnik, and participants were swapping places with the patterns they used for themselves. We created photo studio, we created masks and costumes, we photographed everything. What we were used was just looking at emotions in this play. but also adults turned into animals. They were wearing costumes, so not only children, but also their parents played with us. Another thing, material. You know already this picture. It was a project both for adults and children. Sandstone sculpture here. That was a preventative project, maybe not therapeutic in essence, but of preventative nature in St. Lucas Church in Dresden. And another project, we are reflecting something, and we want to save something that has already passed. So we want to create something out of this sandstone that doesn't exist anymore. We had families, children, grandfathers, and children were really happy to work as sculptors, and they were happy that they can be a part of the project. Young people were very, let's say, innocent. They didn't have much trouble in their lives, and it was visible there. Yurt, a tent for cuddling. Children built such a tent in the orphanage to cuddle there, to be safe there. What was important here was the safety, to be safe among people. In this tent, children could hide from the world. Susan Koch, who worked with prisoners in Chemnitz, with women. Among others, these are experiences with so-called selfies, with no stereotypes. They were very, very real. So it was about presenting the patterns of safe associations. So we were actually taking photographs, and we used light and shade. 6 different women we photographs. They had different punishments, different sentences, and actually what was important here was to change with them, that they could change their experiences with them. Bettina Homberg, another artist, she was also preparing the project. She prepared the project for disabled. Maybe it's too derogatory term, so she worked with children with special needs. Here we have very vivid faces and the warmth of the face, and the feeling of safety or the lack of safety, trust, the lack of trust. When we put on such mask, we do not see anything, so we need to trust other people. Sven Felten was fascinated that his form was inside, but on the outside it represented him as a figure. So both these figures were incorporated into one. And I think don't exactly know what was the name of the figure, but let's move on to the next project. Here are some phenomena were presented closely. Let's stay with material. This is something that was done by one patient. She started from the clay. Clay is a repressive material. It requires internal structure. It's not like with stone. We cannot sculpt in clay. We need to form clay from the inside. So it seems a bit childish because head is too big here, but sometimes the sketch was much more precise because we can control the sketch and we cannot control clay in the same way. So the material we use also influence what we want to show. Experts very often were warned that patients with psychosis shouldn't work with clay or stone, but I think it makes sense to set properly the project because the total ban doesn't support the trust and we shouldn't ban it. So it's also important to give the people empower them in a way. This group told me that they stick together and they will work together on one structure from sandstone, which is very regressive. Men on the first day of the project didn't want to take part in it, but only when the clay was hardened, they took part and they helped women. Here we see pillars. Patients who are already discharged from the hospital, they took part in the opening because they were treated seriously. They wanted to be there because even though they were sick, they felt important. They felt that they need to be there. Okay, so I need to finish, more or less. Some important criteria for the project require artistic result. So we need therapeutic activity, but also artistic result. So, of course, I'm not telling you that there aren't other forms of therapy. There are, but art should be open to everyone. Art should give us safe framework within which we can shape our activities. Material and art should support us. It should give us the possibility for artistic realization, big spectrum of work, big spectrum of possibilities. But first we need to think who can take part in such projects? How can we include the participant? We need to improve participants' self-confidence. It's about to teach them to survive, to cooperate, and to tackle problems. Teamwork strengthens individuality, strengthens the feeling of strengthens the power of people. People feel better in the group. So participants know that they can do something that they didn't know how to do before. So they actually learn something. So a lot of students, over 700 students, were relocated to another building. They didn't like the building. So cooperation with Thomas Hellinger and with the church was initiated. So what was the idea? Is to be creative in this difficult situation and to treat surroundings in a creative way. So we let students to express themselves as they wanted. They faced themselves. They asked themselves a question: how can I meet myself? How can I face myself? How can I challenge myself? Finally, we were working with them for 4 hours, and one of the students said that it wouldn't be possible to identify in the painting, but I think it was for them easy to see, to tell which work was done by them. So it's possible to identify ourselves when we create collage, when we create paintings. Results of the projects were visible for children only when they entered the school, and this is another project. A design of a project for children. So it was the work not for patients, but with patients. They were working with the art. They were co-creating the space for themselves. Here we can see 4 projects. One of them won. This is the great installation that incorporated healing environment. With the use of light and color, they wanted to support patients in their treatment. We worked for 2 years on this project. It was this light was individually formed, and they suggested a form of movement. They were on the ceiling because, unfortunately, the majority of patients could look only up because they were lying on beds. The first reactions, both positive and negative. Some people compared it to the brothel, but on the other hand, many patients liked it. Due to the COVID-19, this project unfortunately was stopped. We couldn't continue. I don't know if we did it as we wanted to, but we needed to act according to the rules of the light in such places, in hospitals. So we could change, of course, this intensity of the light, but everything was according to the rules of the hospital. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Doris. I think that we've had a lot of interesting conclusions and we've heard a lot of interesting notions today. That was a first experiment that we've had today. Hopefully, somebody else besides of members of the audience gathered here watched it and seen it. I don't know exactly how many viewers we've had, so we would really welcome the feedback. We would really welcome to be given the possibility of moving through the border tomorrow as well, not only today. So we will see the exhibition made by Doris as well, not therapeutic so much, but still we are all artists here, so all the invited guests are artists usually. So for me, art is developed or redeveloped anew again and again, and I think that these spaces, the spaces that we have right now, are somewhere in between, and this is fascinating. This is fascinating to observe this evening in so many different shapes, so many different varieties, that it's really inspiring for me. Of course, sometimes we're dealing with a certain, being put in certain sections and being prejudiced against. But I'm really happy that you're persevering and that you're providing a very important influence on both our theoretical and practical aspects of the festival. But I heard that you have nobody to replace you since you're retired. Well, it's a long story, and there are people who could take the baton, but they have no doctoral thesis yet. So it's a broad spectrum of activity, but those who work with it, I'm pretty sure that my replacement will be found, as soon as possible. I'm optimistic about it. Of course, art is something that is of great importance for us. It can be therapeutic, but I'm not performing projects particularly I'm not performing for these projects. I'm trying to make my therapeutic sessions as wide as possible for the other artists. So I really enjoyed the Mongolian lecture, because I think that shows about the strength of our expression. I think that's it. I think that's it for today, and maybe I'll give the floor to Anya, since we're continuing our debates tomorrow, and there are some important announcements. So, Anya, maybe also you would like to comment on that. Thank you very much for your persistence, for your endurance, and I hope you were watching us live, and of course you will always be able to return to certain notions, to all of the debates will be available on our website, so if you want, you can always return to it. So by 2 p.m. you're free to sightsee all the galleries, all the exhibitions. As you could see, you will be able to do that, also in Frankfurt if you're from Poland. And I would like to thank you all for organizing this session. I'm really happy that we have exhibitions and lectures and that we are here. So you can watch exhibitions by 6 p.m. But of course, we would love if you joined us at 2:20, because this is when we start our lectures. We don't want to speak in front of an empty auditorium, so you can be here with us in person, but you can also watch us online, and you can watch the exhibitions between 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. So, yes, I wanted to organize members of the audience, so by 2 o'clock we're listening to the lectures. So thank you very much, Michael, for giving us more freedom. Oh, and that's it. Okay, thank you very much.